This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening. Welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of myself, Targeted Massachusetts, or Stars International. And we're rolling. I figured we'd get started just a little bit early tonight because there's a few things that I wanted to run by you. Try and stay, if you will, as quiet as you can during the broadcast. Now, it's not going to start until 10 versus 9 o'clock. So it's just a difference between time zones. So we'll actually be starting at 10 o'clock with Republic Broadcasting. And you'll get a chance to see, or hear anyway, setup, because I'll be working with the engineer probably a little bit. And since there is no way I can really block it out, you'll be listening. So how's everybody tonight? Is Ian with us? Okay, Elle is with us. How you doing, Elle? Oh, I know what it is. Everybody's away from their phones because it's not 9 o'clock yet. Good evening, caller number 6. I just wanted. Hi, how you?
Hi. I was wondering, Frank, do you know any safe place for a targeted individual to move? I need to find a place to live, like ASAP.
And who's this?
My name's Cole Pinter.
Oh, okay. That sounds familiar. I can't really think of a place that I would say is actually safe, because everywhere, no matter where you move, they follow you. If it's electronic, it's by satellite. If it's
I'm being followed around and microwaved by other cars, and my car is weaponized. I need to get rid of my car and get either a plane or a bus to a trailer to rent somewhere. Do you know any trailer for rent? Do you know any trailer for rent affordable anywhere?
I'm not
I really
sure.
don't care.
We'll try and find you something. I'm quite positive of that. Let me see. Let me get down below my radio stuff here.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, it's been interesting today. Looks like we got us a new person. Hello,
We do. His name is Cole.
Nicole.
Hi, I've been on the call before, just not in a while. Things are pretty bad. I finally discovered that I've been targeted, I believe, since I was 6 years old when my birth certificate was amended, and I've been indoctrinated into everything I've ever believed by these people, and I'm pretty much 100% sure that my mother's involved, and I'm very upset about it.
Your mom's involved. Do you really believe that?
100%. I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure now, and I'm very upset about it.
Yeah, I would be too.
Well, it's just like in my family. I have a lot of family members that have medical backgrounds and control freaks, and they know how to use computers. Not a good combination.
Well, I think my internet is in like its own queue, and like I'm not like allowed to talk to people not perps. So.
Okay, let me just interrupt you for a second. If you want to get in touch with me, all you have to do is email me. That's all. Frank?
I can't do an email.
You
They
can.
get intercepted and my emails get hacked and everything else. Like I said, they use like Kali Linux has the social engineering options.
Yeah.
They suggest all my friends on Facebook and stuff. Like, I really want to get in touch with Michael Barden because he wants to rent a room, I heard on his YouTube channel. And I've been sending him messages for about a year, and they never say seen, and also he never replies. And I've resorted to posting my number on his YouTube and Facebook and in the public settings, and I still don't think he's getting my messages. Me and Michael Barden have a very similar childhood story.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he was a guest on here not too long ago, I think. I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I remember. I didn't stay on very long because he was kind of telling the story, and I was tired, and I didn't want to like chit chat with him on the show. I've been trying to contact him like one-on-one, and I'm just not having any luck. I really have to get a hold of him because I really would like to rent this room, especially since we have such similar stories. And I used to be a musician too, so and we went through the same thing as children, so yeah, but none of my messages are getting through to him.
I can make sure that he gets the message. If I don't get him directly, I will get him through Facebook.
Okay, should I give you my phone number over the show right now?
Text it to me. I'll give you my phone number. It's 508.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna write it down.
Okay, good. Anybody else that would like the phone number, grab it.
Okay, 508
857 833. Yeah, 857.
Okay.
8334.
8334. Thank you.
Sure.
But yeah, I've had both of my hips replaced due to these microwave weapons, and I had a doctor give me prednisone for a couple months to cover it up. The doctor was involved in my harassment because he said I'm going to die within the next 2 years, and the reasons he told me I'm going to die were like one of them was a car accident. He also said I was going to overdose. He said like a bunch of non-medical reasons why I was going to die, and because of these microwave weapons, I've had 2 hip replacements, and now I was diagnosed with scoliosis, and they're cooking my lungs. I was just diagnosed with pneumonia like a week ago. Yeah, they're trying to kill me.
Yeah, I think you'll be all right. I really do. A lot of what they say and what they do are rhetoric. I'm sure you understand that.
Well, Frank, I've had 2 hip replacements, so it's pretty obvious to me that they could harm me pretty bad. I knew this.
What did you do?
I knew this.
What did you do for work? I mean, that would possibly have worn your hips out. I mean,
nothing.
Nothing.
Hips out.
Yeah.
I went on disability. I went on disability now, but and plus I got a mental health diagnosis. I'm pretty sure most of us do at this point. But it's pretty obvious that they can harm me. So.
Oh yeah, but we're harming them too with all of these conference calls and radio shows. I mean, we're reaching, thousands of people with like tonight at 10 o'clock, we're switching to Republic Radio Broadcasting, and they will actually be streaming right to here. So it will be like I haven't left. I'll just be with Republic, and you'll hear everything the same way. And at 11, I'll be back right here talking to you the way I am now. But I'm trying to figure out
what Republic Radio.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What is Republic Radio?
Well, it's new to me. It's new to me as of last Friday, I think. So it's very new to me. They're a 16-year-old company, and they're very well known. And I think Alex Jones was on there, and a lot of people got their start on his show. I could be wrong on that, so And thank you. Yes, feeling better.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better.
Frank, you really think that you can get in touch with Michael Barden?
Oh, sure, no problem. Yeah.
But my situation's here. I'm going to be homeless sometime this month, probably, and I'd like to go. I would like to sell this car and take a ticket out to Arizona and rent that room from them. I mean, I know I can trust him because of this YouTube channel. And if he watched mine and if he talked to me a little bit, I think he would trust me too. And we have a lot in common.
First name's Cole. What's your last name?
Pinter, Pinter.
Okay, all 14's got some ice happening. Cool. I am feeling a lot better for sure.
I'm glad you are. I was doing better today because thanks to you and telling me about Tone A440. Ooh, they can't stand that.
No, they don't like it. No,
they have been going just berserk back there or wherever they are.
What are you talking about? 18440, what's that?
From a tone generator.
Yeah, A440 is the standard for recording music today. It used to be 432. I think it's a half step up, or a half step up for 432, or a half step down. And but A440 they don't like. So grab a tone generator and you'll find that 432 or A440 is already linked in there. So it shouldn't be too much.
Yeah, I know about tone generators, but I want to know how does that block anything out if they're transmitted through microwaves?
It actually saturates the room. If you want to know the truth, it saturates.
The tone generator.
Yeah.
What is the tone generator hooked up to?
You can get it on your phone. Just go to, like, if you have Apple, just go to Safari and punch in online tone generator.
No, sir. I'm saying if you're using a speaker with tone generator,
you don't even have to. Yeah.
I don't think that's going to interfere with microwaves.
Okay, but it interferes with the perps and their V2K.
Oh, they hate that. Yeah. It seems like today for me it's worked. I mean, there's days when nothing works, especially the weekends. Saying the weekends, but today I don't know. And there's different rates. I think I put mine on Sawtooth, so I have it. I use VoiceOver for blind people, and I was playing it through my earbuds while I was listening to stuff on eBay and stuff. So if you've got earbuds in, how can they hear what you're listening to is what I'd like to know.
Well, That's if you have V2K, it's on the inside. It's not outside.
Mm-hmm.
They can get on both sides and get you from both sides. So you really have to like think about it for a while. If you leave, okay, Cole, you settled in there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because we're going to be going radio here at 10 o'clock. So 10 o'clock Eastern.
I just want to say, how they listen to you is through hacking your phones and computers. They can listen to you through the microphone port.
Uh-huh. I'm late to the party with technology, so I'm still a greenhorn learning about a lot of this. But I've learned a lot in about, since I started coming here the day after Christmas. A lot of the suggestions you all tell me have worked. The tone generator, I have the CD. Um, by Dave Case. I found out. What's that?
I swear by that as well.
He called me back. And he says that I have an older version of his, that there's a different one. I mean, for a while, like I said the other night, it was working, and then it was just like they were immune to it. But it seems like it's neutralizing something that they're doing. So.
Well, you're filling up all the bandwidth, actually, with Dave Case's CD, and at the same time, it's destroying their communication link with you. And if you can communication link long enough, you will take them right out.
Because it'll make 3 weeks ago this coming Friday that I've been playing it non-stop.
Okay, I just wanted to let you guys in. At 10 o'clock, a lot of people have come in. We'll be going Republic Broadcasting, and I'll be doing a show, and it will be streamed right to GoToMeeting. And it works quite well. I just worked it out with the engineer the other night, and we're actually doing it from here. So I'm going to just pipe it right in, and you'll be able to hear the whole show. And then at 11, we'll go back to what we're doing right now. And tonight I'm going to be talking about 5G and wireless technology on the radio show. So that's something that really needs to be addressed, because the more I read, the more I am really scared to death of that. They're going to have a beam that's going to shoot right at your phone, a very narrow beam. So the satellites have thousands of what I used to call nodes, but they're actually antennas. And they're all obviously pointing down. And so they have an antenna array, 20,000 satellites in space. And so that is their focused array. From there, all of these microwave laser type projections actually hit you right in the phone. So All right, that's cool. So it's going to be very dangerous, and this is how they're going to take 2/3 of the population out. And I'll write it in blood, because there's no way that we can stand years and years of this. Well, as a matter of fact, we might stand a few years of it, but that's how they'll slowly take the population out. And it is the numbers are gross compared. I was looking at an older. Damn, you guys are noisy tonight. Maybe it's me. I know when you first slide in, you got to get settled and stuff. How you doing, Linda? Huh?
Hold it. I'm doing fine. I just don't have my headset on yet, so I didn't want to reverberate into the group. Anyway, I'm good. How are you doing?
Okay, good. I'm balancing two things here tonight. On one part of the screen, I will have a radio show, and on the other part of the screen, I will have GoToMeeting, and I'm streaming one into the other.
Well, that's cool. That sounds complicated. I don't understand it, but I think it's cool. Good luck.
Just sit on GoToMeeting and listen to Republic Broadcasting.
All right. My thinking is so screwed up. I'm just trying
to do it.
Huh? Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think out of the bag lately.
Hey Frank, can you confirm that Israel developed 5G and they're the only place on earth that's not going to have it?
True.
Cannot confirm that, and they are out of luck if they think they're not going to have it, because it is it's coming.
Going to permeate.
It's I haven't heard anything like that.
Okay, well that's what I heard.
Okay, well it's coming right down on them anyway. So
I researched it, and I did the research, and Israel is not allowing 5G in their own country, and they did invent it. They also make the Intel chip. Did you know that?
the Intel chip?
Yeah, someone told me that the other day. I have not confirmed it, but they're in charge of making your Intel chips now for computers, so they could have a back door.
Well, that's cool. Mossad has a back door to your computer.
Good.
Yeah, good.
Frank,
Yes.
are you going to have that what you said was going to be on tonight?
Yep. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. And it's just as well, too, because there were a couple of bugs we had to work out.
Okay.
I actually just wasn't thinking when I sent out all the messages.
Okay. Well, that's okay.
Yeah,
Well, hey, they're playing with me really bad. I have hardly gotten 2 hours of sleep last week. And
who's this? I'm sorry.
this is Catherine.
Catherine. Okay.
Sunday night, it was 30 degrees or 35 degrees here where I am, and I was sitting out in my yard in my wheelchair. That's how bad.
Yeah. You texted me that. I couldn't understand that. I'll tell you straight up. I go where I need to go or where I have to go, and they're not going to tell me where I'm going to go. It's just not going to happen, or where I'm going to stay, and more importantly, outside. Just go in the house. Don't listen to what they say.
Well, I mean, I've got most of my electric turned off right now. I've got a security alarm system even. And, I mean, it's really gotten so bad. I'm just waiting on those glasses to come to me in the mail. I'm waiting on them.
All right.
But,
which ones did you buy? Did you buy the $52 ones or the $29.99 ones?
well, I don't know. Altogether, it's $75, including the shipping. They're Fort Strength is what they are. They're solar eclipse glasses by Philips. Not fine pink strength. That's why the welded glasses.
Okay, what did you get them overnighted or something?
Did I get what?
Did you get them overnighted?
No.
Because that's a lot for shipping. They're only $52.99. I can confirm.
Yeah, all I knew was Philips solar eclipse glasses. And it says on there that they're the same strength as welding glasses. And it's got the band, that you wear. So, yeah.
Welder's glasses are number 8. Solar eclipse glasses are number 15. And the ones you purchased are actually number 15.
Okay, yeah. Well, it says on there that they are as strong as welding glasses.
Stronger. Welding glasses, the highest ones are number 8. Yours are number 15. And that's why I recommend them. You cannot take welder's glasses and look at an eclipse. You can take those, though. Nothing makes it through, hardly. You can just see a dim glow.
Hey, Frank.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. It seems like it's getting worse, man, for all of us. Seeing like after the holidays and came and gone, you know what I'm saying? And remember whatchamacallit was talking like it was supposed to probably stop. It was the other way around. It got worse.
Well, this time of the year, a lot of different things happen. And this hasn't happened yet, but this time of the year, your windows start opening on a warm day.
Yeah. Hey, Frank.
Yes, sir.
You'll really be able to get a hold of Michael Barden for me?
I sure can. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna text you. I have 2 numbers. I'm gonna text you on both in the morning.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
What's the safest way that Cole could get to where he needs to go? Because if he gets on a Greyhound bus, what if the perps climb on after him? I mean, I don't know.
Well, it depends what kind of attacks he's getting. If he's in fact getting electronic attacks, you're not going to get away from it.
I'm much safer on a bus or an airplane than I am driving this vehicle. My vehicle is weaponized, and I'm being microwaved very badly in it. I'm being followed and microwaved.
Thank you, Scott.
I've heard about that though, where people left their house or their apartment in the middle of the night, get away from it, and it starts all over again.
Yes, it does. Yep.
Frank, the woman who was on there last week who said that it was happening to her, and then all of a sudden it stopped. She has a dog, and she said the dog refused to come inside.
Yeah.
Is she on? Is she going to be on?
I have never seen it stop, so that'll be a first for me. I have never seen it stop. I've seen it slow down. I've seen it, just about ebb, but I've never seen it stop.
Yeah. Well, the woman who said she's got a dog, she was on last week, and she said, she had a home, but she lost her home then, and so she was staying with friends, and wherever she went, it was following her. I'd very much like to talk to her, about how she's able to help her dog without her dog getting sick, because I do have a support dog, and I'd like my dog to not get sick from this. So if you ever, have her on tonight or...
Okay.
You getting much sleep these days, Cole?
Linda, your mic's open.
Oh, I don't.
I'm sorry. I'm venting it. I mean, I'm doing something.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No problem.
There we go. So that should be better. Is that better?
It's still open.
I can't hear you. I've done this wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, turn it down just a little bit.
There we go. No, is it better?
Yeah, as soon as you stop talking, it should immediately close.
Right.
We're all set now.
Cool. All right. This is good.
Some of them have a latency, but most of them unless you have a gaming headset. If you buy a gaming headset, you're into all kinds of fun and games.
No, I didn't get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I did not want fun and games with my technology things, or because I don't understand them in the first place. I don't need all that. I feel so stupid with this stuff. Yeah.
You'll learn.
You're serious.
Stupid lady.
Huh?
You're
not stupid.
Thank
not
you.
Not even I know about tech, and I worked in tech, so don't even worry about it.
Okay. Well, you're my go-to guy when it comes to techie stuff.
You can call me anytime you want.
Well,
I'm always. Matter of fact, I was waiting for you to call so we can figure out your headset issue. My partner was ready to look one up for you, and so we're ready.
Oh.
Call us anytime.
Thank you.
Linda.
I think Frank said to get a. Oh shit! Now I can't remember.
Logitech.
Logitech.
Yeah, and I did. I got the Logitech, and Mike sent me some connections to that, and I got one, and I love it. I just don't know how to work it. I plug it in, and nothing happens. So I'll figure it out.
Okay, there's
I hate directions.
the USB one, because if your system can't find it, you'll have to change the defaults for microphone and speaker.
Okay. Like I know what that means. All right. I can find them, I'm sure. It's crazy.
Yeah, it'll be under settings. If it's an Apple, it'll be right there. It'll say Apple internal speakers or something like that, and Apple internal mic, and you're just going to switch it. In Logitech, the drivers should have been installed, and you'll see Logitech microphone headset, and then you'll see Logitech microphone headset for the speakers and the microphone. Yeah.
And I click on that, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Wherever you see Logitech, click on it, and you'll be ahead.
All right. Will do.
As soon as you plug it in, you should hear it install. It should give you some kind of notation when installing the drivers.
And the driver is considered the program that works that particular
Yes.
device? All right. Thank you.
Yeah, and since it's USB, there's a few pages of information that goes with it.
Good. I love computer information. You know, when something is explained in a jargon that you have no idea, it's like I don't know, just laborious to read it and follow it. I don't even like instructions on how to put together a swing. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
I usually just rip into something and I consult the directions if I need a spec or something like that. But
Yeah.
those put together desks from Walmart can take you for a ride sometimes.
Yeah.
You have to get out the directions.
Yeah. I don't know. I think some of us have an aversion to those directions. I know I have an aversion, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So confusing. Okay. So who's going to be on tonight? Did I hear somebody's going to be on tonight that's special?
I'm going to be on radio streaming in here.
Oh.
So
cool.
I'll be on Republic Broadcasting and I'll be streaming right here. I was just talking to the engineer. So if I make a bunch of mistakes tonight, you can laugh if you want, because it's a pain in the butt. I got to go to meeting and what the heck is it? I can't think of the name of the program. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be fun. I can't wait to see what commercials there are.
Now, are these people going to call? It's like people. Is it call-in radio or is it you talking? Are you interviewing someone? What happens?
I will be interviewing someone probably Friday, and that should work out nicely.
Cool. It'll be fun to listen to you.
Yeah. Well, you shall.
Yeah.
In about 30 minutes, thereabouts.
Well, and we can all say we knew you when. We knew him when, you know?
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Before you're famous.
If we can get the word out to, thousands of people, and you guys can interview, that'd be great. What we do have to try and manage is being like super quiet tonight. And remute yourselves after you get through talking, because right before 10 o'clock, I'm going to mute everybody. And if you're going to ask a question or something, I'll say, is there anybody in GTM that wants to ask a question? And that's go to me. And
cool. Okay.
I'll just watch,
Yeah. Okay. And then what do? We hit something?
Ask your question. You don't have to do a thing.
Okay.
You usually do.
Cool. Okay.
You'll just hear music and commercials and a whole bunch of other stuff that you're not used to hearing on here.
Now, is this something where, you're interviewing, and then we can ask this guy questions, this person you're interviewing, maybe?
Yeah, not tonight, though, because I'll be interviewing me.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just talking about 5G tonight. And there's commercials, and, it'll be different. It's just like Coast to Coast was. Probably.
I just called the number you gave, Frank, and I listened for a while. It was I called the guy. It was a switchboard, and he gave me the call-in number. It was a 605 number, and I could listen, and they were discussing vaccines.
Okay.
And
I'm not
I can see it's very interesting, and they have interesting commercials. Very interesting commercials.
Good. Well, that's great. And I'm trying to figure how many calls I'm going to get from there on the get-go.
Now, is this going to be broadcasted, Frank?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So it's going to go out to thousands and thousands of people. It's via satellite, so it's going to go to a lot of people.
It's the real deal.
Huh?
It's the real deal.
Oh yeah, it is. Yep. I got to find out where it is on the dial. I got to look in to the closest location, because it is on a dial somewhere. I know that.
It's very professional with a lot of music and in the commercials and everything. It's very, very well organized.
How close are the commercials together? Did you notice?
Probably 15 minutes or 20 minutes.
Oh,
it's not bad.
All right. Yeah, it's an hour, and it's like not really enough time to get anything done. But at the same time, if we can get, a couple questions from you guys, that'd be really great.
Sure.
Well, I think if you give a commentary about what's happening, and the way I was listening, this is the big thing. It's like coast to coast with total information for anybody who's listening. So this is all going to be new to a lot of people. So anything you say is going to be really on the cutting edge.
Yeah. Well, it is. So I've done a lot of research on 5G anyway, and it is one of our biggest enemies. It's not worse than the perps, but it might be worse than everything because it might take everybody out, including the perps. So I'm really.
That's a great laugh. Who's that laughing?
This me, Leonard. This Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. That was you got a great laugh, Kevin.
Yeah, I be laughing at some of the things Frank say, the way he said. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even though he be serious, but at the same time, the way he said it'd be funny a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta do it because this stuff is so far out that you have to throw some humor at it or it'll just gobble you up,
Exactly. And good for you. Good for you for doing that. I agree. This stuff when I was very first around this, I would just, research and research and research. And it just got so heavy, that I could barely, stand any more research. And you're right. Then you crack a joke and you're whole again.
Yeah. So when 11 o'clock comes, we can get back to business as usual. And if you guys have a video that you'd like to see or hear, depending upon whether you have a computer or not, just, let me know.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, Frank, can you send me that video, the one you played yesterday, for everybody to hear last week, that Lico had you to play?
Oh, yeah, Jim. Yep, I've got it in my history. I'll get it to you.
Yeah, I wanna check that out.
Yep. So, has anybody got any? Oh, yeah, and I just wanted to say one more time for all the new people that have come in. Try and be quiet as mice. And if you have a question, I will say, does anybody from GTM have a question? We'll see what happens. I'm playing it by ear. My first time with these people. So we'll have to go from there. I almost feel like I need a smoke, and it's been, a couple of years since I smoked steadily, so more than that.
I quit smoking for like 20 years.
Yeah.
And after my husband died, I started smoking again, during the litigation and all that mess. I just picked up a cigarette. Well, I had an assistant who did smoke, so that helped. But, I really wish I hadn't. I quit smoking and drinking at the same time. Can you imagine? Anyway, please hold strong. Don't smoke.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
I will.
I have a suggestion. Please, everybody, get yourselves an air filter that stands on its own and cleans the air. I've noticed that when I don't have it on at night, I get this kind of clogged feeling in my throat, more mucus. It's just, I don't breathe as well. And when I do have it on at night, I feel much clearer. So I don't know what the hell they're sending into our houses, but we need to filter it out. So I just wanted to mention that.
CBD oil or CBD gummies?
Yeah. I don't do the gummies, I do the oil.
CBD is there from California, and it's all pure. I recently started it because my doctor wasn't helping me, for everything that I'm feeling that
Right.
This is going on.
Yeah, CBD is very helpful, I think.
Well, wonder is CBD oil, because it's not as expensive. Is the CBD oil, is it stronger than the gummies?
I don't know how much is in the gummies, but I do know that that they will try to sell. Oftentimes, they'll try to sell you hemp oil and tell you it's really CBD oil. And if it doesn't say CBD on the bottle, odds are it's hemp without CBD, and that's a lot cheaper. But it does nothing, very little. You got to make real sure you have that CBD on the bottle.
Well, then, just stick with the gummies.
It's up to you. I don't know. I don't know what you're purchasing. I mean, I don't know what exactly. Depends on the milligrams of the megagram. It depends on how strong.
Milligrams, and it's milligrams on
I'm
it.
sorry, you're cutting out a little. What grams?
50 milligrams
per gummy.
Yes.
That's a lot.
Well, as long as you eat a bunch, you'll be fine. I don't know how much they are, I don't know how good they are, but
I took one the other night, and it only worked for 3 hours, so I really didn't get any sleep.
Yeah. Yes. CBD helps you sleep.
I mean, it seems I'm going to have to spend money on doing that, but is somebody going to help us to get this stopped?
We're trying. Everybody's trying. And there's some, I know. It's like I get tired of spending money on trying to counteract what they're doing to us. But
I know.
There are a lot of roads that seem to be opening up,
Okay.
That will help us stop. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Linda, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Something I have to do. And
okay.
All callers, *6 to unmute, speak, and then *6 to mute again, because we got to hold on to some bandwidth because we're holding up two venues. So we'll have to be careful.
Okay, I can't star anything because I'm on my computer. I can mute.
I'm just telling everybody to, if they want to speak, *6. Then when you're through speaking, *6 again.
Cool. That's simple.
All righty.
Okay.
We can open up again afterwards.
Yeah.
Because you know how people come in, hello.
I know. Right in the middle of a sentence. Can you hear me? I know. It cracks me up.
Yep. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Be over 5 minutes, thanks.
We'll be right here. Huh.
Hello. No,
Hello?
just joking.
Oops.
I'm still here, guys. I'm listening to you guys be funny.
Well, it's important to keep our frequencies up. Keep things moving. We're going to beat this, but if we get to, I think their biggest tool is to try to beat us down emotionally, and then we can't fight them because we don't have the energy, and we feel like it'll never help anyway, and all that stuff. We can continue. We can stay up. We can stay strong. Absolutely, we can, by sharing our information, by being with each other, and by laughing. We get to laugh, I mean, this is depressing enough. Yeah, go ahead, hon.
Let me ask you guys, is anybody using the charcoal The charcoal caplet. What I did after I bathed tonight, you know where they hit you on the back of your head?
Yeah.
I put a little bit of the charcoal, on my thumb, and I put it back there on my head, and then I put some on my temples on my head.
Yeah.
Helps a little bit.
Good. Well, charcoal's a great detoxifier, really good one. But when I read instructions on the charcoal, and they say don't take it with your other supplements if you take it in a supplement form, because it does remove everything from your stomach, or remove the toxins from your body, but it also apparently removes the vitamins you just took. So take it like an hour later,
Okay.
That's, I don't. Do we all take supplements? Anybody want to talk about supplements?
I was before all this, but then I found out I had to take more supplements, but they weren't helping.
Yeah. Have you tried turmeric? That will reduce pain if you've got pain. Turmeric with curcumin will reduce inflammation, which does also. Yeah.
You cook it?
Well, you can cook with turmeric. It's a spice, yeah. And interestingly enough, where turmeric has been in the countries where turmeric has been used extensively for cooking forever, they don't have Alzheimer's. Turmeric and curcumin clean out the stuff in your brain, the plaque that builds up and causes Alzheimer's. They have none. In fact, they were looking for someone to study with Alzheimer's in some. I can't remember which country right now. It's an African country, I think. They were looking for somebody to, try to figure out how they're doing with their Alzheimer's, and they could not find.
It's in India.
There you go. Thank you.
It's India.
Yeah, they couldn't find a subject because they couldn't find a subject who had Alzheimer's. So I don't know. I just know. Well, my memory lately, one would wonder if it does work, but if you can't find anybody with Alzheimer's in a country that uses turmeric and curcumin, it's good enough for me.
Isn't spinach the same way too, depending on the type of spinach you get?
I don't know. I know spinach is good for you.
I know that it has certain things in it, nutrients in it that helps out, like boosts certain parts of the, I don't know, whatever it is in the brain. That's.
I don't know.
I think it's in Europe or Russia or something. There's a certain part of that country that uses a lot of spinach, and they have a very low count of Alzheimer's.
Very cool.
Yeah. So I mean, you're gonna
I
have
used
to.
Go ahead.
No, go
ahead. I was just going to say I used to. Okay, my turn. I used to go to a site called bestemfhealth.com, and it was right up there. You could find it right away, and all of a sudden it's buried. I don't know why, but I'd say someone wanted that information buried because it gave you. It was a great site that had great information, and he specifically related them to electromagnetic frequencies and how to protect yourself. And it was interesting. It was good. I just wish I could find it again. If I find it, I'll put it in the chat room. It's really helpful.
I have a question, you guys. This is Heather from Colorado, and I've been calling in. I've been calling in to several groups, and I'm wondering if anybody's actually documenting what's going on. I have been documenting this for over a year with an EMF meter. It's a 380 GQ, and it does electrical frequency, radio, and EMF. And I am very, very able to document the electronic weapons. And I'm just really surprised and shocked that I'm not hearing from other people who are doing that.
Well, we do. No, a lot of us use meters. I use what do I use? Tri-field meter, and it does the same. It measures the same things that yours does. And I use it, especially when I'm when something goes haywire with some of my camera equipment, I go find out, or anyway, any equipment, I go to find out if the EMFs are very high, too high to just be coming from my technology, and at least I find it. I don't know what I do about it, but
I have a dosimeter, and with my dosimeter, I get radiated in my room through the power lines with dirty electricity that they're causing. Also, I'm microwaved while I drive my car. I also have an RF detector, and I know that there's a GPS tracker on my car.
I'm sure. Yeah, they do that.
Okay, well, the reason I asked whether people are documenting this, because I was able to so easily document it with regards to all three of those things. And I know, like, on an airplane, I get maybe 80 EMF. Okay, so that's kind of my benchmark, because an airplane has a lot of EMF.
Yep.
And in my house, I'm getting 3 to hot 500 on a regular basis. And I get that with my power turned off. And I've made videos of it. And I have a friend who was with the FBI. He just retired. And I've been on the PAX call, and apparently there's an investigation going on. And I would like to take anyone who would like to share their documentation with me. I want to take it to my personal friend, tell her about the investigation, and make sure she submits it and says, I know this person, she's legitimate, and I want to give them evidence they can actually use, because if all they get are stories, we all have a lot of stories, it's not going to be helpful to the FBI. They need actual evidence, and so...
I have evidence. I would need a way to get it to you. I'm not sure how I could do it. I don't really have a computer I could use to copy the stuff, and I don't have a spare USB stick to copy it to. I've been taken to the bank, and I'm gonna be homeless this month probably, unless I find a place to live.
Where are you?
Right now I'm in New Jersey, and things are bad.
I've got family in New Jersey. My mom's in New Jersey, and I know you can go to a library and you can use a library computer for free. If you've got this documentation on a USB or like a device where you can get on to a computer at the library, you could email it to me.
Can I ask a question about this?
Sure.
I have a lot of videos. The files are probably too big to email.
I have an FTP site, and it's somebody in my family's that if you email me, I could send you the link and you could upload to that FTP site.
All my stuff is getting hacked. I would have to actually go to the library and make a new email and then
Yeah, I mean, do what you got to do. I mean, these are our lives. I mean, if we can't withstand this kind of EMF for that long, and we're going to get cancer if we allow this to go on. And if we wait for those trucks to come and scam people for, that's their plan. They want to come around and scan us all. And I know for a fact you can do this technology without microchips. So, so many people want to talk about microchips and nanotechnology in the clouds, and the fact is the people tracking EMF technology, that doesn't require anything being inside of us, and my clients are already doing it. They track their people at mine sites. I mean, this is being done in stores. People tracking is a regular thing now. It's totally normal.
I have a question about the investigation that's going on. You said somebody, the FBI is getting ready. Are they doing this investigation or getting ready to do an investigation?
According to PAX, there is already an FBI investigation. I'm trying to get the investigator's name and the case number so I can give it to my friend who was very high level FBI. She was high enough that in their jobs, they can only stay in it for so long without timing out. She had to actually move to DC because she was so high here in Denver. So
okay, so let me ask you about the evidence that I don't mean to cut anybody off. I'll just let the gentleman finish, and then I can ask you about my evidence.
I just wanted to tell this woman my name. My name is Cole Pinter. Maybe you can look me up on Facebook and add me so I can, because I do have access to my Facebook, even though a lot of messages do not go through to people that they don't want me to talk to. But my name is Cole Pinter, and you can please add me, and I'll contact you
How do you
there.
spell your last name? Are you saying, is it Hunter?
Pinter. Yeah.
Okay, Cole, and Cole is C-O-L-E?
Yes.
Pinter, yeah, P-I-N-T-E.
Okay, and do you have a phone number where I can call you?
Yeah, I don't know it offhand. I keep having to get new phones because my phones keep getting hacked.
Yeah.
Let me give you guys my phone number. Okay, let me give you my number. My number is 303-263-0729. And my name is Heather, and my last name is, it's Heather without an A, and my last name is Ayres, A-Y-R-E-S, and I go by Gwen. It's my middle name on Facebook. So it's Gwen Ayres, A-Y-R-E-S, on Facebook.
I have had both of my hips replaced due to microwave weapons, and now I'm diagnosed with scoliosis. My spine is being twisted. They've been microwaving my lungs while I'm driving. Now I have like pneumonia.
Oh man.
Now I know a trick for the car. Just Cole, real quick, I'll tell you a trick about the car because I have issues in my car too. I have Faraday cloth, and if you don't have money, it's kind of expensive, so it may be hard for you, but you could try tin foil. And what I do is I cover, if you've got one of those navigation things in your car, you have to cover that because that's able to do sensor technology.
Well, my car is weaponized for harassment. I have an RF detector, and I found a GPS tracker on my truck.
Yeah.
It was upside the door frame, and I couldn't get it out. I panicked. I went and traded my truck in, and they knew I was coming there, so that they set up a car that was even more set up for harassment. It had electronic locks on it, and they only gave me one key. Now people follow me around and go inside my car and steal things and move stuff around, put stuff on the seats. My harassment has gotten so bad that I'm considering just selling the car and getting up and moving without a vehicle.
Huh.
Well, you can always take your car to a mechanic that's not well known. Just make an arbitrary. Just do it one day when they may be monitoring you, but they don't always know where you're gonna go. Right? Just randomly go somewhere and ask someone to check your car. I've done that a couple of times.
No, there is some kind of motorized mechanical thing inside of the dash. When I turn off the key and wait 5 minutes in the car, I hear a motor, like an electric motor, moving around inside that dash. It's a part of a weapon system.
I hear it too. It's the computer. It's the car computers are all now set up with GPS. Any newer car is going to have GPS.
This is the 2008. This is a 2008 without a GPS. It's part of a weapon system. My other vehicle had it too, where I got electronic harassment. Also, there is a GPS tracker in the car. Also,
you have a friend that's a mechanic, maybe a friend of yours that's a mechanic that can check your car?
No, I've been targeted since I was a little kid. I've never had a real friend or real family before.
Cole, you have what you call a CAN bus. They were mandated in all cars since 1993. They can be hacked. Go onto YouTube, you see hacking in the CAN bus. They get into Wi-Fi. They get into GPS. So don't think they're just putting things on your car. They have access to this in those two ways.
Can I ask about?
Okay, guys, it's getting to the point where I just got a message from Mike with the network, and they're just about ready to hook up here. So if you can stay muted for an hour, And if I ask a question to GTM, that's you guys, and just one at a time if it comes to that. And I don't know what to expect over there in the way of questions. Since it's brand new, I expect there will not be too many, but never can tell. Alrighty. So I'm going to mute out of, actually, I can't do that or else I don't think you guys can hear anything.
I just want to say before you go, we're behind you, Frank. We love you. We're with you. We will not, don't be nervous. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, okay?
Thanks so much.
Good luck, then.
Anytime now. Hi, David. Am I coming in?
Hello? Frank?
I got you. I got
Can
you
anyone?
loud and clear. I was muted. I forgot. But yeah, you're good. We're just waiting for Mike to show up now.
Okay, that sounds great.
I'm muting back out. I will be monitoring the chat.
Okay.
If Frank, can I share something really quick? I'm sorry for interrupting.
Sure, go ahead.
Man, I had a close call today. Like I told you the other day, I talked to a police officer in my city who basically believes me, and he said if I knew who was doing it to you, I'd stop him. But we don't have the manpower or evidence to.
European nation.
Howdy, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
All right. Everything good on your side?
Yep, sounds great.
Super. Did you get a schedule for the breaks?
I don't.
Probably just do the we'll just do the 20-minute after, and then we have a short segment.
Okay.
We'll have another break at 29:45. Your music will be 30 seconds outros.
Okay, good enough.
And then we have a 1 minute. We'll have a 1 minute outro at 57:50.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, we start up in just about 3 minutes.
Go. Which one is going to raise their hand and say, I'm here illegally? None of them. So you can't figure out who belongs here and who doesn't. We need a situation where they say, are you an immigrant? Yes, get out. Hey, thanks for calling in tonight. Thanks for participating. We'll see you all. We'll continue with more tomorrow night on the Trump phenomenon. So long for now.
The condition of your hands could be a result of several medical changes going on elsewhere in your body. Here's 12 symptoms that you should pay attention to in order to maintain your health. Red palms.
Don't stop believing. Don't stop believing.
Many people write us about their experience with Extendivite. Allow me to read you some from Amazon.com. This product is superb. I have been taking it for about a year now, and I can feel my cardiovascular system run like a Swiss watch. I definitely recommend this product for anyone that has high cholesterol high blood pressure, and heart palpitations. A+. It's potent, but it works. I have been waking up for the past 3 years with numb hands, and a week into using Extendivite, my numb hands seem to have cleared up. My circulation was off, and now it's back on track. So I'm happy. I feel so energized, and I have my husband on it now. My mother-in-law has cholesterol problems, so I bought her a bottle as well. Thank you so much. Love the product. Tell us your story. Get Extendivite today. Call 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendivite.
You're listening to Public Broadcasting Network because you can handle the truth.
Take the children and yourself and hide in the cellar. Fighting will be close at hand. Don't believe the church and state and everything they tell you. Believe in me, I'm with the high command. Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Calling you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me running?
You can start whenever you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Frank Allen with Targeted Massachusetts, and I will be speaking with you tonight about 5G and its effects on humans. And I'd like to start by just categorizing the type of wave that is used. It's a non-ionizing wave, or a wave that has no per quantum or photon energy to ionize atoms or molecules. In other words, it will not disturb an electron from a molecule. And now I'm just going to get into a few things that are about these type of waves. Now, microwave ovens use the same type of wave, only they are about 2.45 to 2.47 gigs. So in May 2011, May 2011, the World Health Organization officially classified this type of EMF exposure as Class 2B, as a possible carcinogen. Now, there are a lot of different theories on microwaves. Over the years, I have studied many of them. And one of them is that, okay, you can stand around in front of your microwave, wait for your coffee, no problem. Now, in Europe, they push the button and run. And countries like Russia banned the use of microwaves in 1976. But in 1993, they reinstated it for using perestroika as a reason and trading with the West as a reason. So this is a very dangerous piece of equipment, whether it's old or new. And the recommended safe distance from a microwave oven today is 5 to 6 meters. So you're talking about 7 feet or so, or 7.5 to 8 feet. So which country cares about their people? This is what you have to start examining. And another thing you want to examine with microwaves are microwave cooked foods. They take all of the nutritional value out of the foods. You cannot anymore use a microwave to prepare a baby's formula. You cannot use microwaves for many things these days. And that's just the first part. I'm going to start getting into a little bit about 5G. Now, in 5G in California, the rollout has forced an engine company to move to another firehouse after men reported sickness due to the closely mounted transmitter units mounted in also close proximity to their firehouse. So here you have firemen, probably, one of the toughest breed of people around. And they're moving out of their firehouse because of 5G. So this is something you have to consider. Now, these are only reports that filtered in probably 6 months ago from California. But it's getting to the point where 5G should be forbidden on the planet. Now, I just heard that Israel refuses to have 5G used in their country. Well, they're really out of luck because it's pouring down from the sky everywhere. Now, 5G in Australia. This is really interesting. An engineer involved in construction that had installed 5G equipment previously, he read all of the installation manuals, remembering the warnings associated with 5G. He became incensed. He became increasingly angered. He was bullshit. He had a friend who was a tank enthusiast, a World War II tank enthusiast. He then borrowed his friend's tank, fueled it up, and proceeded to take down $6 million worth of hardware in the area. So he was so upset by what he had done, so he felt guilt for helping to install this stuff. And he also knew that his friend had a tank. So he borrowed this tank and he took down tower after tower after tower after tower, $6 million worth. So he served 120 days in prison and said that he would do it again when he was released. And we haven't heard anything yet, but he may do it again. Who knows? Now we got 5K in the UK. A low-level test was proposed on the new 5G equipment. The day came, they turned it on, and birds actually fell from the sky, dead. So what you have to consider are the health risks worth you losing your life, possibly. Your life, God-given, your life, So it has already taken birds out of the sky. And it has already repeatedly been warned. We have 23,000 scientists who have signed a petition to stop it. There is not one point on the earth that will not be covered by 5G. If you want to get away from it all, well, leave your phone at home because you won't be able to. There will not be a place on the face of the earth where it won't be found. So they want us to have smart homes, smart businesses, smart highways, smart cities, and self-driving cars. That's great if we're alive to do it. Now, I don't want to sound like the Grim Reaper, but we've had a lot of information come forward that says, okay, by the year 2025, the Earth's population will be reduced by 2/3. Now, I think that's absurd, but I think this 5G could be in disguise a kill weapon. And there's scientific evidence to support it. Now, there's international guidelines that have been developed to provide protection against established effects from RF. And it's the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, or ICNIRP. They issued the warnings in 1998. And another institute of electrical and electronic engineers did the same thing. Now, I guess the next thing you want to try and figure out is if you want to trip over these things. Now, the millimeter wave does not travel very far. In fact, the millimeter wave will travel 100 meters and no further. So you will begin to see a transmitter device on every utility pole, every light pole, anything they can hang it on to make their grid complete. And there are so many places where they can put them. And the law is not clear as to actually where they can put them. They have to lay out the grid in a certain pattern. So what you're going to see is more devices in your homes. You're going to see different phones. Your current new iPhone or your new Android is not going to do it anymore. You have to get all new equipment. So that's going to be a substantial cost to the consumer because they are not compatible with the new 5G wave. Now, previous microwave systems used a 50-mile overlap system. So they could actually put a microwave tower and have one overlap 50 miles away, and we'll say the overlap is, 10 miles. So that's not too many microwave towers, but because of the competition, we've seen many more. And now with 5G, it's going to be everywhere. So if you're fearing this at all, please do. And please do something about it, because This is a potential game changer. This is an extinction event, if you will. And when something new comes out and the government says, okay, this is all right for you, it's great, it's going to improve your life, it's going to do this, it's going to do that, and everybody goes along with it. But this is one of those times where you can't. You've got to stand up and you've got to take control and you have to unite and you have to stop this thing in its tracks before it gets any further. There's a lot more to this, too. If you have a 5G base station, now this would be on the ground, it would contain hundreds or thousands of antennas aiming multi-laser-like beams simultaneously at your cell phone. So imagine not radio waves anymore, but beams actually coming at you through your walls, through you, to get to your cell phone. So what is this going to do? Okay. We've already seen, as I spoke of earlier, that it is a carcinogen in its lowest form, 2.45 or 47 gigahertz. That's in its lowest form. Now we're looking at something that is 30,000 watts per 100 megahertz of spectrum. Or if you translate that down and do the math, equivalently, 300,000 volts per gigahertz of spectrum, tens to hundreds of times more powerful than the levels permitted for current base stations. Now, I just wanted to bring up a great old organization that's been around for a long time, and that's the Federal Communications Commission. They seem to be rubber stamping everything. They rubber stamp anything and everything that comes along. And these are the people that we have to look to and say, okay, you've approved 5G, yet you know what the potential hazards are. So what do we do with these people? We have to lay in front of their main building in Washington and just demonstrate. Occupy FCC. I hope there are some people out there with the same ideas, because this is going to be an extinction level event. And that's the way many scientists are seeing it. Now, the technology is called multiple input, multiple output, or the acronym MIMO. So the FCC rules permit the effective radiated power of 5G base stations beams. So they know what's going on. They will not stop. So what do? We are the people. The Constitution says we the people. It does not say we the government. So we have to do something. And it seems as though today, speaking with your congressman is just not enough. It's not going to make it. We have to demonstrate, like Martin Luther King did back in the 60s. We have to protest like we did against the Vietnam War back in the 60s and 70s. We have to protest until they tear this thing down. So there are people all over the world who have had enough. And I am one of them. I hope that I can get some followers. And if you would like to become a follower, you can write me at frank@targetedmassachusetts.org.
Don't believe the church and state and everything they tell you. Believe in me, I'm with the high command.
Folks, we're living in a world the likes of which we've never perceived any clearer than we do now. The plan for global governance has been in the works for generations and would have likely been achieved by now, but for the fact that the globalists left open their Achilles heel. With all their tools, Federal Reserve System, fiat currency, no child left behind, and then Common Core education introduced to our schools to dumb us down, vaccines, pharmaceuticals to lobotomize us, GMO foods, insertion of compromised or bought and paid for politicians, judges, mainstream media propaganda, all pieced together like a puzzle designed to ultimately bring the world under submission. But with all their strategy, they forgot one thing: knowledge. And knowledge is power. With knowledge, their bombardment is nullified. Folks, with that, as brilliant and knowledgeable as you've become, among the wisest audience of any radio audience in the world, and you are, I want you to take a moment to reflect and ask yourself, how much of that knowledge did I obtain from Republic Broadcasting Network? How high has my consciousness been raised since I've been a listener? How fast am I now able to discriminate truth from fake news by being a Republic Broadcasting listener? How clear am I now able to see the world since I've been listening to RBN? Ask yourselves those questions, folks. Then ask yourself, what is that knowledge worth to me? Like my morning coffee, how would I survive without it? A voice of truth in a sea of lies. Do we not all need to make sure it survives? Like public broadcasting, we are now finding we can only survive with listener support. Censorship, advertisers being attacked, truth itself being attacked. It's the only way through this. We at Republic Broadcasting humbly ask you to become a supporter. Look at your budget and make a determination of what Republic Broadcasting is worth to you and what you can afford on a monthly basis. Go to republicbroadcasting.org and pledge 20, 30, 40, 50, if possible, 100 a month or more if it's affordable. Click the donate button and become a regular monthly donor. Assure both us and yourself that Republic Broadcasting truth will continue to flow like that morning coffee. The network thanks you.
Homeowners, are you in foreclosure, expecting to be served with a foreclosure lawsuit, or suspect your lender has coerced you into an illegal mortgage transaction? A huge number of mortgages made in the last 10 years have legal issues and are possibly defective. State laws and the U.S. Supreme Court have upheld that defective mortgage documents are grounds for foreclosure defense and for counterclaims in favor of the homeowner. If your mortgage has been sold or assigned since closing the loan, it may be defective and you may be paying the wrong party, and the lender may not have standing or the right to foreclose or collect payments under the law. If you would like to know if your mortgage is legal or not, or know if you are paying the right party, help. Our initial consultations are free of charge. We are not attorneys. We are legal researchers and work closely with experienced lawyers who know how to help you find the evidence to help you keep your home. Call toll free 1-855-2-KEEP-IT. That's 1-855-2-KEEP-IT today.
Never hint at what you really feel. Teach the children quietly, for someday sons and daughters will rise up and fight while we stood still. Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me running when I call you?
Hi, this is Frank Allen. I'm back. I just wanted to ask those from GTM if they have any questions, very quietly, one at a time.
It's RBN.
Well, I was talking to GTM, but does anybody from RBN have any questions? do we have any calls?
Not yet.
Okay. Do you mind if I take a call from GTM? Okay. Do we have anybody in our forum that would like to ask a question?
I do have a quick question.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask, this is the first that I've gotten really clear understanding about the 5G. I've been hearing about problems with it, but it does sound very serious, and I just want to know if you've heard of other organizations that are actually starting protests about the situation, other organizations across the U.S.
I think there are organizations in every country at this point in time. 5G, in my recent research, and I will say recent because it's been, as I started to hear more about it, I thought, this is something I'm going to have to get into. And I think you're going to see people like Greenpeace get involved. And I'm personally going to give them a call or send them an email. We need people that are already formed that we can combine with to actually accomplish this. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to remute you. I wanted to get into another area, and then I'll ask another question. Okay, there is also a satellite-based station. Now, there are at least 5 companies. Now, 2 months ago, I heard that just Verizon was interested in this. There are 5 companies proposing to provide 5G from space from a combined 20,000 satellites in low and medium Earth orbit that will blanket the Earth with powerful, focused, steerable. Now, this blows my mind. Steerable beams. Okay, I had somebody that I owe an apology to that said I didn't understand how steerable beams were possible. But I've seen it within the last 3 months. And I have any documentation to support this broadcast this evening. But steerable beams, that just blows my mind. That means if a beam is coming to your house, you can sort of take a left and cruise through your window and then hit you right in the phone as it's passing through your backbone. So, that's not good. Each satellite will emit millimeter waves with an effective radiated power of up to 5 million watts. Now, this is from thousands of antennas. Now, I refer to them as nodes, but they're in fact antennas. And they are arranged in a phased array. Now, the energy obviously reaching the ground is going to be far less because the farther you get away from the source, the weaker these are going to be. Now, what I don't have here is how far these satellites are actually going to be up there. Your normal satellites are actually 20 to 27,000 miles out in space. So, and on a funny note here, or a funnier note, I don't understand how they get these signals through all the space junk, but I guess they must steer them around the space junk.
You are tuned in to the Republic Broadcasting Network. Visit our website by going to republicbroadcasting.org.
Tired of being lied to by mass media? It's growing more and more apparent today that news is received less and less through standard media outlets. Even with a growing audience every day, RBN is beginning to direct more efforts into social media. Social media and the use of the internet is fast becoming the primary source of people for news, regardless of demographic. RBN has set out to provide some of the best news on the internet through republicbroadcasting.org, and also has begun to use the tools to our advantage by way of social media. Republic Broadcasting is now operating a Facebook page to function as yet another avenue to have our collective voice reach new audiences across not only America, but across the globe as well. The Facebook page features not only news, but also an RBN player to listen to our broadcasts. Get involved by visiting facebook.com/Republic Broadcasting and liking our page and share it with your friends and family, because you can handle the truth.
Don't regret growing old. It's a privilege denied to many. Heart disease is taking our youth from us. Young people in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and beyond are dying needlessly. One of the hardest messages I've ever had to deliver is to convince people that something natural like Extendivite should be taken as a preventative measure. I'm sure you heard an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Extendivite is that ounce. Take Extendivite for 1 year and see what your doctor has to say and how much better you feel. Herbs take time to address the problem. It took years of life to have a problem. Give Extendivite 1 year to fix the problem. Don't wait until it's too late. Call 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com or visit us on Amazon.
Extend your life with Extendivite.
Homeowners, if your lender has gone out of business or sold your transaction to another lender or servicer, you may be the victim of a wrongful foreclosure resulting in the loss of your home. If you've already lost your home, are in foreclosure, or even in good standing, you can challenge the mortgage transaction's illegal issue, and your property can be restored to you, and your foreclosure can be stopped or reversed, and the mortgage transaction declared unenforceable. State laws, U.S. title codes, the Uniform Commercial Codes, and U.S. Supreme Court rulings have upheld that defective mortgage documentations can reverse or stop foreclosures and enforce property title claims in favor of the homeowner. We are having successes in stopping the process of foreclosure, the enforcement of the foreclosure judgments, the sale of property, and evictions after the sale. We are not attorneys, and we don't give legal advice. We are a professional team of legal researchers providing forensic mortgage audits and expert witnesses. We have the knowledge to produce the evidence and enforce laws regarding your legal issues. We've been in business for 12 years without a complaint. Consultations are free, and we provide a free title search to confirm if your mortgage has legal defects. Please call 855-253-3748. 855, the number 2, keep it today.
Hi, welcome back. My name is Frank Allen with Targeted Massachusetts, and we've been talking about 5G in case you just tuned in. And at this point in time, we've come to the decision, I think, unanimously, that 5G is not good for humanity. And I'd just like to get into what is EHS? Does anybody have the answer to that? Okay. It's electromagnetic hypersensitivity, or EHS. Now, it's characterized by a variety of non-specific symptoms. Now, a lot of these symptoms, they can come from anywhere, but if they just start 5G and you are starting to get any of these symptoms, make sure you start keeping a log. Stay on top of it. Most of them are dermatological systems or symptoms, redness on the skin, on the surface, tingling, which would be nerves being affected, a burning sensation, as well as neurasthenic and vegetative symptoms. To add to that, fatigue, tiredness, concentration difficulties, dizziness, nausea, heart palpitation, and digestive disturbances. The collection of symptoms is not part of any recognized syndrome, but it mimics many. So, what I would have to tell you, the targets of America that have been targeted so viciously should also look to this particular acronym, electromagnetic hypersensitivity, and notice some of the symptoms. Remember the redness, the tingling, and the burning sensations, like Midge Mathis. And a lot of people, unfortunately, that we don't know, have headed into this vegetative symptoms, like this fatigue and tiredness. I know that a lot of people can't even get out of bed. And this fire company was like that. They couldn't get out of bed. They didn't want to move. They had to get the hell out of there. And as I said, this collection of symptoms is not part of any recognized syndrome, but it is. They just labeled it. Now, despite widespread denial, the evidence that radio frequency radiation is harmful to life is already overwhelming. The accumulated clinical evidence of sick and injured human beings, experimental evidence of damage, cancer, media or anecdotal reports of cancer clusters around mobile phone base stations have heightened public concern. So, do we have any questions from the forum at GTM?
I have a question. There is something called the Telecommunications Act that was created in the 60s, kind of stuffed in the back of something, that says that you can't stop telecommunications from going up for health reasons. And I have two questions. Number one, do you think that abolishing this law could be a good first move? And number two, I've been thinking of people with pacemakers, and we know that, for instance, in restaurants, it would say microwave in use because it could stop the pacemakers, and the same thing with smart meters. Now, the way you're describing this 5G, I'm wondering that even if these people don't use a cell phone, can they be affected just walking in, around in town with 5G antennas on every pole?
Answer yes. And I can say this unequivocally because every human being walking down the street is a virtual antenna. So you have to think a little bit on this. You think this is just made for cell phones. Well, yeah, it's going to make cell phones the hottest thing around. Put it next to your head at 5G, and I'll guarantee you serious thinking problems. They already say that after you've had a 5 to 10 minute conversation with a cell phone to your ear, it takes your brain 20 minutes to an hour to recover from it. And there's a certain amount of remapping that's done because cells have instantly been killed by that meeting with the cell phone. That's why as often as I use mine, it's always on speaker. I never put it to my ear. I used to, but I feel really bad about doing that. But I advised everyone, keep your cell phones away from your heads. And as far as your homes, there is a way to help to a degree. If you have Wi-Fi, opt to go to a cable modem. Your internet, your cable provider has both. They have a Wi-Fi modem and they have a cable modem. So you could actually go cable all the way and not have any Wi-Fi in your home. And I will tell you right now that I think the cell phone that I have will probably be my last one because I will not, period, buy a cell phone connected to 5G. And the biggest reason is I know you've heard me speak of the Schumann resonance 7.83. That's the only signal that was on this planet. And that's what keeps us healthy. And I think I've also told you that when men go into space, they take that with them. If they didn't, they would become ill. And that is actually become common knowledge now. They did a study with, I believe, 6 to 8 college students, and the college students were put up in a Faraday cage that was so intense that 7.83 hertz could not make it through. And they began to become depressed until finally they started to become seriously ill. Now, the duration of the test isn't very long. I know that for a fact. I think it was like 2 weeks. And they were sick and they wanted out. And they were given the 7.83. And they immediately began to recover. And they walked out of that Faraday cage. So I think it's a lesson to all of us that if you could see the radio waves that are now coming down around you, it would look like a whiteout snowstorm. You wouldn't be able to see anything if those waves were visible. And I really would like some more information from people who have used gaming cameras and have captured certain types of signals. Now, I think Dr. Matthew Aaron is a very distinguished PhD. He's among our people. And I know he mentioned capturing some type of signal. And the only time he could ever capture it was when his apartment was very humid. And then naturally we know what happened after that. He was actually to the point where he had an image on his window. But I will let him tell that story. I'm sure he will love to be a guest. I would love to have him, I'm sure. And does anybody have any questions from the forum? Okay. All right. Well, we can go on from here. Okay. I'm still open to questions.
I'd like to make a comment.
Certainly.
When you were talking about microwave ovens,
Yeah.
there's a simple test, and I'm not promoting microwave ovens, but there's a simple test to see if your microwave is leaking.
Right.
And all you have to do is put your cell phone inside your microwave, shut the door, and call your cell phone.
Right.
If it rings, it's leaking.
Okay, that makes sense to me, but they say that they leak when they're brand new.
Well, it probably varies from, manufacturer.
I'm sure. I mean, some of this Chinese equipment that's coming out shouldn't even be plugged in. I've looked at some of the stuff, and it's incredible. I mean,
Yeah,
the
you're probably
magnetron
right.
look like it's going to fall out. For any of you that don't know, the magnetron is what actually produces the microwaves inside a microwave oven. But yeah, some of this Chinese product that's coming out should be just canned altogether. And I can't wait when America makes its own product again. Okay. I just wanted
Hi,
to.
Frank.
Hi, Paula. How you doing?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I know they can spray you with the cell phones because they do it to me all the time.
Okay.
Can they spray you also if you're on a computer?
I am not sure, but these 5G beams, they are very narrow beams, and they are steerable. And this is coming from the World Health Organization. So that's where some of my documentation has come from. And these beams are steerable. They can take a 90-degree turn and come right at your phone, which is what they're after. But to answer your question, I would say that, yeah.
To a computer too, huh?
Well, I can really understand if you have a computer and it's freestanding, we'll say, and we'll say this beam hits the computer and hits the motherboard at the same time. I can see all kinds of catastrophes happening because there are a lot of components on the motherboard that aren't shielded.
Wow. So we really ain't safe using nothing. We can't use a phone, a computer. We really ain't safe with nothing. We can't, even our TV. I can't even watch my TV.
Well, I think we're going to have to do a lot of work to try and find out what we can do because I'm just about had it. Okay, the network number, if you'd like to call in, is 800-313-9443.
Say that again.
It is 800-313-9443.
Is that the show that you're going to be doing?
That's the show I'm on currently right now.
Oh, okay. But we don't call into it now because we on this line, right?
Well, actually, what we're doing right now is we're streaming it to here.
Oh. Oh,
That way
okay.
you can get more insight from the people that will be calling into RBN and vice versa. And they've got some clout and some real coverage, satellite coverage. And what I want to do is get the word out. And these people are going to help us do it, and we'll help them in return. So anybody that wants to donate to RBN, if you look at their site, I believe they have a PayPal button right on the front. And feel free. Okay, does anybody else have any question on 5G?
Good evening, Frank. I have a question.
Yes, sir. Hi.
Specifically with 5G, how is this going to affect retail and property values? You see a proliferation of this, people knowing the science behind it and its harmful effects. How is this going to affect property values, commercial and domestic?
I think property values are going to take a dive. If your property is within, we'll say, half a mile or a mile of one of these stations, I don't think you're going to be able to sell it.
That also brings up the question of insurance then.
Exactly. It's like trying to get lightning insurance,
And this hasn't been addressed or looked at? That's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, it's they have whitewashed everyone. They pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. They haven't snuck it in. They've just said in plain sight, we're doing this 5G. And if you look at your current cell phone, you're on 4G or LTE, and it'll say 5G, I believe, on your, we'll say your router, but that's not the real 5G. The 5G is 10 to 100 times stronger than that. And I'm saying that because those are the varying figures I'm getting. But I do have a paper here from over 20, I think it's 26,000 scientists who have unequivocally signed this petition to have this stopped. And this has to be done. So I hope that we can do it. I'm going to say we will do it. And I'm going to reach out to everyone that I know because I had no idea that the rabbit hole ran that deep. But it's time to dive in and root it out. Now, did you know that the telecommunications companies make Big Pharma look like a drugstore on the corner?
No.
They are really big. And they seem to have, Elon Musk is among them. He is putting up a lot of satellites and already has. They put through SpaceX, I believe, 1,425 satellites up that were very small, over a period of time. So they are within that total of the 20,000 satellites. And it's just unbelievable that they're getting away with this.
Nobody voted for it. Nobody agreed.
Nobody.
Informed consent.
Yeah, I know. This is the type of thing that, they did it in plain sight. And...
Well, exposure, Frank, is the key.
That's what we will do. And I feel quite at home here already with the Republic Broadcasting Network. And we will continue to put the word out on our various topics. And this is one we have to land on and work as hard as we were targeting. So this like I say, is a game changer. And this could be an Ellie event.
It affects not just men and women, it affects all nature, all ecosystems.
Yeah, the honeybees, all the plants, all the animals. It affects immune systems. It, it affects every living creature on the planet. We'll say it just affected spiders, right? Well, if you took spiders off the planet, we would be overrun with insects in less than 6 months. So it's something to think about.
Thank you, Frank.
Sets, what do you think the answer is?
That's a good question. I have my own views. Maybe on your next call, I'd love to share that.
Definitely.
I'll make a list.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sets.
Frank, excuse me, Frank, are you
Hi.
there?
Yes.
Hi. Listen, I wanted to mention, I think Sessa had a great point about property values. And
Yeah.
I mean, they're creating a liability issue for themselves, clearly. I mean, if properties, this is an issue for them. And also the fact that Lloyd's of London will not insure a device that emits EMFs of a certain level, which
Yes.
is pretty low. That's an issue. I mean, people are not wanting to insure this stuff, and I think that's something that that should be addressed with these companies.
Exactly.
I mean, they're setting themselves up for a lot of liability that, wow. Anyway, I just think that Sessa brought up an interesting point. So I just wanted to mention.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Property values, especially in we'll say the Big Apple. I mean, that's going to be something. In California, where you
Yeah.
at?
California's high property values, but boy, this stuff gets out there, and we're near, where they produce all this stuff, the Silicon Valley. But I think it's a big deal. I think it's a great issue to maybe stop them. I mean, they're opening up huge liability for themselves. And, maybe that can be addressed with them. I don't know.
I think at this point in time, they have so much money, they're not really scared of these.
Yeah, well, when we take it from them, in liability suits, because this would be a perfect class action issue. It's like it's all the same thing. We're all right down. I mean, it's not something where we would, have to run around and fight. It just would be logical, I would think, for a class action. And that really could break them. I mean, if everybody's negatively affected by 5G went after these companies, there's more of us than there are them. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. Thanks, Frank. I appreciate that. I wanted to mention that. I'm mute now.
I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the call, but you can listen live at 605-313-0163. And the website address is republicbroadcasting.org. And good night from Tiger to Massachusetts.
Homeowners, are you in foreclosure, expecting to be served with a foreclosure lawsuit, or suspect your lender has coerced you into an illegal mortgage transaction? A huge number of mortgages made in the last 10 years have legal issues and are possibly defective. State laws and the U.S. Supreme Court have upheld that defective mortgage documents are grounds for foreclosure defense and for counterclaims in favor of the homeowner.
Okay, GTM.
Have you stopped shaking, Frank?
Yeah, we stopped shaking. We're all better now. You notice
Right.
that?
Yeah, it's okay.
That's the first time I've done that for a long time.
That's awesome, though.
You sounded great.
Oh,
Really
thank you
did.
so much.
Yeah, you got a great voice for this, and you sound like you know what you're talking about, and that's cool. You know, that was great. I was impressed. I'm
Well,
sure we all were. Yeah.
Yeah, I get so worried that I'm going to run out of material, you know. But I had just
They sounded good, and the music was great too.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, I love that song. That depicts a war. It could be any war, but it depicts like World War III or some war in the future. But I look at it as our war.
I want an autograph.
Frank, this Telecommunications Act is really an issue. My small town put up a huge tower by a golf course. Called the city, and they said they couldn't do anything about it, or the feds would come after them. Now, they couldn't block it. Now, it's a true excuse. It's a fact that it exists, but I happen to know that my city is a member of Agenda 21, so I kind of felt like they were using it as an excuse. But it is a law. And if that law is sitting there, nobody's going to be able to stop this for health reasons.
Yeah, exactly. It is.
Federal.
It's ridiculous.
And property values already have gone down. That is an issue. I've been reading about that.
Well, skin values are going to go down too because, like I mentioned, Midge Mathis, but you know, they might have been testing something in Arizona. Who knows? I don't. You know.
I heard they were doing that. I heard they were testing certain grids with 5G, but they didn't have to let anyone know they were doing it.
Well, they might have got Arizona.
If you have a document on that, I'd love to know. I have not found.
I've got some pretty interesting documents on that. The World Health Organization follows things a lot more closely than you think. I haven't even dug into CDC yet, but for quite a few years, there were like 16 websites that I used to frequent to get, like the CD and WHO were, two of them, to see exactly what was going on in the world, really. And like when that bird flu threat came out, I got to look at, who was actually infected in the countries where people had actually died. And there was like 80 people that died in this one particular city or town or whatever in Africa. And they had, in so many words, proven that it was passed from human to human or from bird to human. But they weren't clear on the methodology in which it was passed. I don't believe it had become airborne. If it had become airborne, I think we would be looking at a big deficiency right now in the population. Oh, okay. I'm glad that's over for now, but I can't wait to do it again.
Yeah. Like, whoa. This is kind of off the subject, but I think it's like when the government really hammers people.
Yeah.
There was a scientist, all kinds of degrees. She discovered absolute proof that there are viruses, deadly viruses, that are included with vaccines. And she put that information together. And as she was making it public, they came into her home, dragged her out, and put her in jail, and left her there for 5 days, and told her that she needed to recant that information, or they would destroy her life. And she said, I am not going to recant. They got her license, they got her property, they went out and destroyed her. You know?
Oh.
I mean, yeah, it's just one more of those things that the government, not too cheery information, but, you know, we got to know that they're awfully powerful and we have to protect ourselves, you know?
Right. I had one ending statement that I didn't really get a chance to say. And
Sorry.
it is from, no, I can't. I think this may have been World Health Organization. I'm pretty sure. And it says, I find that no person, no animal, no bird, no insect, and no plant on Earth will be able to avoid exposure 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to levels of RF radiation that are tens to hundreds of times greater than what exists today. Now, can we stand that? I don't think so. You know?
No.
But anybody that wants those docs, just
Can I make a comment on that, Frank?
sure.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think that what you said about 1/3 of the population will be basically destroyed from this. It could be even more. But you just said something that sparked a thought that no human, no insect, no animal will be able to take the 24-hour constant bombardments of these type of frequencies, and that is absolutely true. And if there is a plan to get rid of like 1/3 of the population and even more, that might be the very reason why all the testing is going on, because there might be select people that will not be bombarded, those that are in control, who's actually doing this. They're watching and testing systems to see how they can actually pinpoint those that they don't want to affect versus those that they do want to affect.
Okay, guys, I need a break to go shake somewhere for a few minutes. Now,
What do you think about that, though, Frank?
I agree for sure. What do you think, Linda?
I'm sorry, I was reading something.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't really listening. Sorry.
I think that's what all the testing and the targeting could be about.
Well,
being able to divert you said earlier, you said you can take a frequency and map that frequency to where exactly you want it to go.
they can steer it. I don't know what. I'm sure it's not.
But that's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah. But the frequency, I would say it was a smart grid frequency. I don't understand it. I have to learn about that. Yeah, and Barbara Gillette, I had a little bit of an argument with her about steering frequencies, and she was right and I was wrong. So.
Oh, good for you. Good for you for admitting that.
Well, I've never heard of such a thing. And
but so the people that are, responsible for this 5G, do you think that they have any concern? They know the dangers. Why would they do something like this? And they also are putting themselves in danger as well as their family. Wouldn't they have a plan to not be exposed as much as, other people who have no knowledge about what's going on?
Are you there, Frank?
Yep. The television company, I had myself muted. I did not realize it. The television company or telecommunications have been providing us with television, and then it moved over into cable, and they were all, HBO and everything. They were all friendly, and everything was great. And so they think they can just come along and just add anything.
Uh-huh.
Like Comcast, I think you have them out there too, don't you?
We sure do.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, but the question is as dangerous as, as it is, it can do great harm to humanity.
Yes.
Or a large population of humanity. The people that are responsible for this, could they possibly be looking at ways of protecting themselves versus, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think you'll find that they have step down converters to change that frequency into either what it is now or they don't use it at all. And I think you'll find their houses are specially built. I'm sure Elon Musk lives in a fortress with probably underground, most of it. But this is unreal.
Yeah.
They're protecting themselves.
Yeah. Yep. You can go on the internet and you can look at videos. Okay. In Truth Media is one of them, and they have a very great video on 5G, and I think I played it for you one night. I may not have, but it's really good. So if you'd like to hear a movie, let me know in 12 minutes because I'll be right back.
Okay.
And make a fresh pot of coffee and whatever.
Okay, we'll be right here.
Okay, Linda, you've got the comm.
Okay. I'm sitting here reading through a website that they say they have protection for 5G, but it's for telephones. Not going to be
my last newsletter I sent out, it was all about, a lot of it about protection and countermeasures. And I found the company that builds the booths for the MRI operators.
Yeah.
And they build these booths. I didn't know that, but all the materials they use are listed, and I can make that available.
Oh.
But whatever I can do to help, just give me a holler.
Yeah.
Anybody that wants any of these documents that I've used, I can get them to you. One of them is in the newsletter, but I know some of you don't get it, or some of you haven't found it yet to open it. There's a few out there that aren't opening them, but that's okay.
Yeah. Well, I get into my emails at least once a month and go through about 5 of them, and I've had enough. I'm gone. But I'll open yours. I'll get there.
All right, I'll be right back. You've got the comm, Linda.
Great, thank you. If anybody has anything to share about what they use for protection and if they think it works, I think some of our simplest products are for me, have been the most effective, and that is, what is that? I know it. Magnets. They seem to work very well. In fact, last time they broke into my house, they took 2 of my things that I wrap around myself with magnets in them. 2 of them are gone, which tells me they're probably They don't want me to use them, so that must be that. That's because they work. They protect us. So, okay. Come on, Setsa. What do you use? Or not? We're a quiet group. Okay. Huh. Does anybody else want to talk? I don't know what to do here. Okay.
Hello? Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yes, I can.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. What do I use? Well, first when it all first started, I was grabbing pie pans.
Yeah.
I mean, it was awful.
Yeah.
I crawled the floors for 4.5 months.
Aw.
Oh, it was awful. But anyway, now I use Reflectex, which
Yeah,
I
I do
get.
too. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I think it's
Uh,
effective.
I
Yeah.
very.
Yeah.
If you're getting hit by a certain window, you want to seal that window up with Reflectex, and
Yep.
you got to
Yep.
seal it up real good. And Reflectex tape is very effective.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Um,
Okay. Thank
oh
you.
yeah, yes. You can get 3 rolls of it for like $10 on Amazon
Cool.
or Lowe's. You can look there, but you got to go back for it so you get the sale. So I also when I sent a letter in. And I was abiding by the state legislation that said here where I live that they're not stopping smart meters, but you can send a letter into your utility company and say, at this time I don't want it, and they're supposed to abide by it. The next day, the guy was out there before 8 o'clock in the morning, and he was out there early and had already changed it. And of course, he had the MO of treating me like I was nothing but a piece of dirt on my own property.
Yeah.
So, and there's a lot of
Watch out.
women.
Well,
Yeah.
just want to tell you, watch out because they try to come back. They just, without saying anything to me after they removed my smart meter, all of a sudden
Mhm.
they thought I would be gone. I was supposed to be at the doctor's, and all of a sudden my power goes out, and I go outside to look, and the PG&E guy was there. He said, "Hi, I'm here to put in your excuse me, your new smart meter." I said, "No, you're not. I don't want it. I didn't order it. Why are you doing that?" "Well, it's my, I've got it on a work order. They'll try to put it back on."
Well,
And
with
PG
me,
won't find out.
they
Yeah.
were out there. He was out there early, and he was on my property with his vehicle on my driveway. And
Uh-huh.
and I own my property, and it really angers me that I pay property taxes and I pay a lot. I
Yeah.
pay, town, county, keep on going.
Right.
And he felt he had the right to be on my property without my permission the day after I sent the letter in, and I
Huh.
emailed it. And I even, and he had already changed it. He wasn't going to take it off.
He wasn't going to take
So
off your kid. He wasn't going
no,
to take off a meter. Huh.
nope. He had already changed it, and that was the end of it. And he treated me as if I was nothing more than, But I also understand it's not. I don't take it personal, per se, but I do take it as an American personal because I know there's a war on us. It's just not TIs, it's a war on Americans. So anyway, I went through what I thought were legislative channels and got nowhere.
Huh.
And found a big organization here who fought them prior to me, and even they couldn't win. And I mean, these were professionals. And right now they've been fighting. They joined in with 5G and smart meters because they know we're in trouble. They know they're in trouble,
Huh.
and they know people are getting targeted with it, and they don't want to be next. They don't want their children as well, and they're getting nowhere, and it's really sad. Yeah,
Wow.
well, they're finding out now. They're finding out on another level what they're up against. We all know. We went, we got, whoa, what happened? And this is not just here, it's global. There's 5 nations, and then under them, there's roughly 14 nations that are hardcore participating in this. And it's a global new world order. I personally don't think they're new. Yeah. I think they've been around a lot longer than we
they
know.
were new. Yeah, they were new years ago, right?
Covertly, like Kennedy said before they killed them, guerrillas by night, not armies by day. We would not know, and he was right. If you go back and listen to that last speech,
you're gone. Oops, go ahead. You cut out for a second.
If you go back and listen to JFK's final speech, it's chilling. You will realize, what I'm understanding more and more is from Dr. Duncan recently, Kennedy knew they had HARP and they were using it on us. And that might be why Kennedy made that statement. He said he knew that there was a plot to enslave every man, woman, and child in this country, and he was going to do everything he could by his office to make sure it didn't happen. And boom, they assassinated him 10 days later.
Well, 7 days later. 7 days later, he's dead.
Yeah. And if you really get into, where it happened at in Texas, it was basically a, wait a minute, it's my computer. Bear with me here. I got just so much power on this laptop and then I'll lose it. If you really get into his death there, you find that it was an occult, and I'm not, not conspiratory, because he even said secret societies and a monolithic conspiracy, and that was the plot. And if you just got to turn over your $1 bill, you will see a pyramid and a one eye. And on it says order out of chaos in Latin, among other things. So there's the conspiracies on the back of our dollar bill. And then you can, if you really get into what all Washington, D.C. is about, it's all a cult. The George Washington Monument is a penis.
Well,
I used to go in there. Yeah, I mean, I used to go up there. I lived 50 some miles from there, so to me, going up, I could see, Lincoln and the memorials and the Virginia, the graves and the Smithsonian and blah blah blah, and to find out that the George Washington Monument was, and my seventh great grandfather fought under Washington in 2 wars, Brandywine, and for all the wars, for everything that he did in the Revolutionary War, he was granted land down in East Tennessee, which is Sevierville, and he's buried down there in Gatlinburg. And it's just really sad to me that all this is going on. It's and no matter what people say, I've seen some things written about the founding fathers that, hey, they were Freemasons and what have you. If you read their quotes, all of them, they came here trying to get the hell away from them. The same ones. Here we are.
They came here to get away from religious control too. It's like that's one of the main reasons they came, is they didn't want to be controlled by the church anymore.
Well, if we look at, it was the all the high level families and their militaries and intel even back then. We can go back to the 1600s during the time when there was all kinds of depopulations going on just over religion. You're right, but and then look at Pennsylvania was founded by Penn, and he was a Quaker, very religious man, right? But he wanted a place where you could come and believe whatever the hell you wanted to believe in peace. And he tried. He made 24 voyages back and forth, and finally he died. What happened was his sons got a hold of it. They were nothing like him, but their ideas were for freedom. You had the right to believe what you wanted to, as long as you had the right to bear arms to protect yourself. And they all warned, Jefferson, all of them warned that, you're keep an eye on the government. And they did. And they did. And they said, and they made comments. Go back and read their quotes. And then you'll start realizing, they really wanted the right thing here. They wanted freedom. They wanted a democratic republic. They didn't want to be ruled by the royal queen and kings and all that. And these are the
Right.
ruling families, and they're still in charge.
Yeah.
So
Well, money speaks, doesn't it? Money talks.
that's every road I've went down, no matter what they are. Money is the number one power grab. That's it. It's money. Money trumps
Absolutely.
everything. So
Absolutely.
and you find the higher up they get, they become sick. They literally become psychotic, but they're psychotic in their lineages anyway. Like they intermarry. They're terrified. They're super paranoid to marry outside. They want that money to stay inside, and from doing so, genetically, when you start marrying over and over and over, they all become cousins. And if
Yes.
you're familiar with, there's a reason why we're not supposed to marry our second or third cousin. There's a reason
Right.
for that, genetics. And so that's why I believe a lot of this is genetic related, because they'll never go, their genes are screwed up. They're real screwed up people. They do MK Ultra monarching on their own children, and it's generational over and over and over and over. Even the Rothschilds, all of them. And so, how many generations do they have to go before we're dealing with the most powerful families in the world that are controlling the military and the intel all over the world, right? And when they say they want deep pop or whatever, they're going to have it. And what happens is the ones that are calling the shots are sick. These people are. Get online and go to a search engine.
You're getting bubbly. Okay, go ahead.
Go to a search engine and look for, they're throwing MK Ultra parties, and then click on photos up at the top, and you're going to see some stuff that's like, oh my God, they really are. Oh yeah, they're messed up. They're very messed up, and they're the ones that run, the My Labs, military labs, down in the dumps, and that comes up through DARPA, which is universities, Silicon Valley. Scientists and the military, CIA, NSA, the whole bit,
I think pharmaceuticals are huge.
Oh God, yeah, you hit it. Well, that CIA isn't famous for running that as well, and mind control. I mean, they're famous for torture right now. We got Bloody Rita up there, and she's got 33 years of hands-on torture rendition. Hands-on running torture prisons. She was elected under Trump as in charge of the CIA. He can't get enough torture. And if you don't believe me, if you're for Trump, I strongly suggest you go to a search engine and look up Trump and torture, and you're going to see like big newspapers talking about it.
Yeah.
So with links and read the transcription. Oh yes, it is. And when I looked at WhiteHouse.gov, you can go there and search under 5G, and when you find that Trump signed on for all of it already, and in his own words, he wants more. He wants five times more.
He wants He wants G6, G7, if that's their five.
Oh yeah.
Hey guys, let me just throw in some words
and
here.
I'm a proud independent Democrat.
I'm an independent too, Huggy. This is Melinda. I don't think Trump was informed, because they had a clip of when the guy came in and started explaining to him, and he didn't explain anything. But one other host I listened to today said China is going really far ahead with 5G, and I think Trump is more, we can't let China get ahead of us, which is not really, listen, I wish everything would just settle down in terms of trade, but it is, what makes the world go round. And hopefully you will get educated on it. And there will be a lawsuit. Listen, Tom Wheeler is your bad guy, and that was Obama's FCC head. If you listen to Tom Wheeler's speech, he says, this is trillions of dollars, my friends. We are not going to test. We're not going to give any reports. We're going to roll this honey out,
Melinda, what do you think about Trump hiring Bloody Rita?
Where the big rollout started.
Yeah,
I
what do you
think
think
it's
about?
horrible, and I dread when it
Mhm.
gets around here. Maybe it is around here. I think it's terrible. I'm very afraid of it. I think everybody should be and is. When I put it on my neighborhood watch, we should maybe check into 5G and blah blah blah. I got slammed.
Well,
Well,
good. I mean, no.
downloading fast is so important and blah blah blah. I
Uh,
said, so you can download a movie in 4 seconds instead of 40. Is that your main concern?
mhm.
I mean, these people are dumb.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I don't know if Trump doesn't know about it, he needs to learn before
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, people who keep saying, "Oh, but he's a businessman. He doesn't know how to run a government." Well, he needs to learn.
Listen, and you could hopefully Obama would have put some words in, but no. So this is really a kind of the commerce of the government, because if Wheeler did it and the new guy whose name is Pai or something, who was Trump's guy, he said the same thing Wheeler did. So if there are lawsuits, they should first go after Wheeler because he's easy, and then you'll get into the government. And I think there should be lawsuits if people get affected by this.
Well, yeah, and I think there will be, but I think the lawsuits need to go against the companies that create the instruments that emit these frequencies. I mean, they're a good. I mean, they're a for sure liability owner. Of all this stuff. They're the ones who make the devices. They need to be gone after, I think.
Well, that lady from Hawaii is arrested, and she was, selling it all over Canada. And the United States got really put down because we arrested the daughter of the owner of Hawaii, I think it is, or Haiwei. So we're, getting blasted for arresting her. And I mean, they're trying to sell it all over the country. And Trump said we don't want any Chinese antennas or anything from them, which is good because you don't know what the Chinese have put in their electronics for export, to us.
I think the important thing everyone needs to understand is that no president runs this country.
Yeah.
I've known it since I was a teenager. They're all puppets, every darn one of them, and Congress has no power. There's legal they're legal liars, but they're also lobbyists and what have you. And we have no representation, and we haven't had a legitimate government since they assassinated JFK. A coup was done at that time, a coup d'etat, and it was the CIA. And we have to go back to Bush Sr. and his father, Prescott Bush, and he was Connecticut governor at the time, and he was found guilty of trading with the enemy.
I didn't know he was governor. Oh, I didn't know he held a government. Oh, man.
Connecticut, yeah.
And he was found guilty. Founded Union Bank. He created Union Bank.
And then he was found guilty and nothing happened. And, and really the original treason goes back to 1913 when they let the Jesuit international banking families Rothschilds come in and run the Federal Reserve, and it was not federal. And all you got to do again is look on the back of the dollar bill at the pyramid in one eye, and that's the scheme of it all. And the Freemason, the secret societies that we were warned about by Kennedy, and the monolithic conspiracy.
And then the book, The Creature of Jekyll Island, written by E.W. Griffith, talks about the creation of the Fed. And and Congress just let these businessmen and them come in and suggest this, and they just went right along with it. So Congress is fully to blame also, and Woodrow Wilson.
So all of our tax money goes directly into their hands, so they can hang on to it.
Then it goes to London. All our federal tax money goes to London. And London then gives it to the Vatican. You have to read about these treaties that have gone through the hundreds of years. There are three branches of the New World Order. The spiritual, which is
Rome. It was actually made for tailgating, so it has like
City of London,
a service window that you can open up,
which is the military. Those are your three branches of the New World Order.
To like run the tests or something like that.
Hello? I'm sorry, young. There's a gentleman speaking. Did you want to say that again? Maybe not. Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, there you are. There you are, Frank.
No, I guess not, like you said.
Yeah, I can. We tried.
Yep.
We did just fine. But again, I want to say you sounded great. You said I could feel your anxiety when nobody was asking a question, and I was desperately trying to think of a question, you know. But you got through it well. It went just fine.
Yeah, I didn't.
This is Cole. This is Cole Pinter.
Something just to discuss.
I just want to
think about that. I could possibly try to join the road team.
You mean the team that is going to go around and test people? Is that what you mean?
This is Cole.
Yeah.
This is Cole Pinter, and I just. This is Cole. This is Cole Pinter, and I just want to say that I've been tortured very badly the past hour. They're cooking my my guts, my stomach, and my intestines and stuff. And if I don't make it through the night, I just wanted everybody to know.
Oh. Okay.
Where are you located?
I do that too, Cole. I do that too. I let people know if I think I'm not going to make it.
Where are you located, Cole?
New Jersey.
Whereabouts?
Manville.
Do you have anybody you know nearby who can be with you if you feel so threatened?
No, I don't. That a lot of stuff's been going on. I talked about it earlier in the show. My car is being broken into, stuff is being stolen, evidence is being taken. I reported it to the police, and I don't know. Everything's going wrong. My birth certificate was amended in 1990, and I saw a lawyer, a private investigator, and they refused to take my case. Actually, they were involved gaslighting me, even though they took my money. And the private investigator, even though he wouldn't help me, he did say when I showed him my birth certificate, he actually kind of hinted that it wasn't my real birth date, because on my birth certificate it says my birth date is Flag Day of 1984, and he was kind of throwing hints that it wasn't my real birth date and stuff. And I've came to a positive conclusion that my mother's actually involved in this, if she even is my real mother. I'm not even sure at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How long have you been around this, Cole? How long have you been on the calls?
I've came to this call a couple times.
Okay. So not very long. Hang in there with us. You sound very nervous, and I don't blame you. We all feel, but especially when we're new, we feel nervous and we just feel really.
I'm not nervous. I'm concerned about my health.
Right.
I actually had 2 hip replacements due to these microwave weapons. I've been recently diagnosed with scoliosis. They're twisting my spine. They're cooking my guts. And I'm just now that I figured out that I'm a childhood ritual abuse victim, and that's why I'm a TI. I finally figured it out. I knew I was a TI for a little over a year now, but the more digging I do and the more I figure out, the worse it gets. Now that I realize I've been a TI since I was like a tiny kid.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like.
I'm sorry, Frank. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay, Linda. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Cole, we'll look for you on the calls to to know, do you want to leave specific information so we can call you and find out, or how much do you want us to do to find you?
What do you mean, call me and find out?
Well, because you're concerned that you might not make it through the night, and I was just thinking maybe we should call you to see if you would make it through the night and see what help you need.
Well, they keep hacking my phones and stuff. I just got this phone, and then it went missing, and then I bought another one, and this one showed up again. Now I have two phones with two numbers I don't even know. But I'm sure I'll be okay. I probably won't get any sleep,
Yeah. Well, come around tomorrow and at least come back to Frank's call on Friday and let us know that you're okay. Okay.
Yeah, you have my name. I said my name on the call, so if something does happen.
Okay, Cole, we'll keep an eye on you for sure. We won't let anything happen to you.
What about Cole? Do you know about Ella's call tomorrow night?
Yeah, I have the PAX International Conference list.
Okay, cool. So why don't you call in Ella's call and just say hello at the beginning. Let us know you're okay. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
I have a lot going on with figuring everything out,
Yeah, we all do. Still, after 22 years, I'm still trying to figure it out. So yeah, I understand.
And then when we get it, then they change it. Not always, but they don't like us to figure it out.
It seems like the closer I get to the truth and the closer I get to figuring it all out, the more they cook me.
I was curious, why can't we, like with an infrared camera, because I know that these new beams are going to heat up the air around them. Why couldn't we get a high-speed camera, infrared, and slow it down like a frame by frame? Let's take a look at them and see if we can see it.
Interesting. You say high-speed jammer? Is that what you said?
High-speed camera.
Camera. Okay.
Well, that's pretty interesting, Frank. Yeah, I mean, if you're showing hot spots and the heat signatures of these things they're putting off, I think we can take one step back. Take a look at how much energy, the juice that these things are sucking. Where is this coming from? A tax system already. We have tax electrical grids and systems in place. Where is this energy coming from? And who's paying for it? I mean, it's fucked up, period. Excuse my language. 5
million watts. Imagine that.
That's insane.
Well, we're paying for it, I'm sure.
It's totally insane.
No, I don't even know if that's per satellite. That could be 5 million watts per satellite.
I'm thinking basically the base stations for the 5G. Where's all that juice coming from? Where's all that energy?
Well, I think the satellites are probably picking it up from the storage batteries in their solar array that they have.
Fine. Yeah, but the ground stations, the ground base stations, the light poles themselves, all that additional energy used and needed, where's that all coming from?
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy. The whole system, it's insane.
Yeah. See, Musk doesn't seem to care about anything. He just dumps money in. All right, we've got a straggler here somewhere. If I need... Melinda?
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? Hi, Frank.
Hi.
It sounds really well today on that call. What is that call, and why were you on it? Angela.
That's our new show, together with this one.
Good. I saw the website. They have some interesting articles on the Volvos only allowed to go up to 112 now because of safety. They're making cars safer, so they're making speed limits lower. So anyway, it's a very interesting site. I saw a lot of good things on there. Is that from public TV or public radio?
They actually somewhere there's a radio dial. I have to find out where it is, and it has something to do with them in your local area, but I will find out.
Cool. Also, you said something about the last calls. You were going to share. There were a couple doctors. I'm kind of feeling like the guy in New Jersey, only not that bad, and it will get better if he's still on the call. You said you might have a couple of doctors that you knew in the area that might be good people to see.
Oh.
For me, do you remember that?
Yes, I do. That's quite some time ago, I think.
Okay. It was about 3 weeks ago, I think. Maybe 3 weeks.
I think I mentioned the Rutherford Institute for a lawyer, John Whitehead, to take a major class action suit. And a lot of people call him up. And he fights for the underdog. If you go to his site, and it's just Rutherford Institute, just Google it, you'll see that he is a fighter. And he fights for people like us. So he might be somebody to keep in mind. And
that's cool.
A lot of people say, "Oh, well, he's not gonna work with us." Well, I've already been on the phone over there, and I want to get him for a guest. And the only problem is I have to record him at like 12 noon or something like that. So I have to get a bunch of people to come on at 12 noon and listen. So,
I'll do it. Okay.
I'll do it.
And Angela, we had a lot of people looking for you because you are handling your case pro se, and a lot of people are interested in that. And we had a few people that were interested in hearing from you.
When?
Oh, last week, couple of 2 or 3 days, yeah. Because I told them that you had filled out Catherine's affidavit and you had added it to a previous case, and they seemed to be, they didn't get in your way. And so a lot of people were interested in that because people do not want to file cases by themselves because they're afraid they're going to get grabbed and canned. So the fact that you have pulled this off is very interesting to many people because many people want to go in pro se because they don't have the money for an expensive lawyer,
Yeah. Well, it was interesting because I went in and I filled out the affidavit. I'll tell you though, and I don't want to scare people. That was around a little bit after Christmas. For 3 weeks was really bad off, and I was also in the process of trying to make a decision to move out of where I am or not, and I was in the process of doing that too. My head hurt so bad, Frank, I couldn't hardly even breathe, and I would walk out of the house and I would be okay for a while. Like you said, it attaches onto you somehow, and then I would come back and it would be unbearable. And now I was sick with a cold really badly yesterday and Tuesday. Today I feel a little bit better. And today, now that I feel a little bit better, I'm thinking, all right, now, I'm living with someone. I'm kind of basically like a caretaker, and I do a lot of work around here where I live, but I live for free. But I have to, like, here's my schedule. I have to be up by 8. I have to make the coffee. I have to let the dog out. I have to feed the cat. I have to do the trash. I have to clean the kitchen, and I have to do the sinks. And then I make breakfast for the person who's getting up. So I make him breakfast, and then he eats and does his paperwork. And I'm not really loud on the phone until he's gone because he will yell at me and ask me who I'm on the phone with, what am I doing, blah, 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 and I can get nothing done until at least 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning. And sometimes when I work, which is good, 'cause I'll be working, again, a couple jobs, I'll be able to I have to leave and I have to go. So my question is that, like, I did this pro se thing. I've been calling other lawyers just to get some little questions answered, like how much is the summons going to cost me? Do I have to print out a summons for everybody? Just little questions like that. And I've gotten feedback like, honey, you are climbing a Himalayan mountain with a toothpick. Do you really think you have even the slightest little chance of going anywhere with this case? And if you do, you do?
Yes, I do.
They're telling me I've been getting the rottenest negative feedback. Of course, I'm not talking with you guys. I'm talking with my employers. So
do what Kane did. Kane named the President of the United States. He named DOD and all of their top officers, I believe. Take the Kane case apart and use the parameters that are in the Kane case and put your case together.
that's what I was thinking. And that's what I was doing. And I had it halfway done. And then I got this, honey, you're just going to get kicked right in the teeth. That's what you want. Basically, that was my last response. And I got really, like, I let the negativity affect me. And I got sick. And I still there, though. I mean, I can still work on that, baby. I haven't given up completely. It's in my car. It's just the last person that looked at it just kind of threw it and was like, yeah, right. Like, you're dreaming, baby. And it's not that I'm going in for money, because that's the one thing Richard did was he asked for not money, but I can't remember the term. I can't believe I can't remember the term. And that scares me too, because my memory comes and goes. But I'm going to go in as a crime and say it's a crime for what this is, and go under the Bivens section. I think, how many people use that are white? I think it should be heard. The little things I just wish I knew, like, a lawyer that could just help me a little bit, or even a paralegal. And I wonder if I moved out of the house that I'm in and I got my own little apartment, if that would help me be able to do the pro se case or not.
Well,
I think you're better off working from where you are. You got less responsibility.
Right.
You can focus better on what you want to accomplish. Sure, feeding the cat and yourself and cleaning up a little bit, that's nothing. Get that done fast. Yeah. But how are you structuring your claim?
How am I structuring it?
Who are you going after?
That's just it. I was first just going to go after the doctor that originally did this to me, who I know, it's what I know. I know this doctor did this, but I've had multiple surgeries after.
You have proof, right? Not an opinion.
I have my own proof. It's strange. I have an X-ray that shows that I have 2 wires going down the left side of my body attached to 2 big chips. Pretty big. You can see them.
Okay.
I heard they were from Sony, but the doctors are telling me that this X-ray is not me. Oh, someone else gave me this X-ray. It was an accident. They accidentally swapped my X-ray with someone else's. That's the doctors are saying. But that's my proof, because I had that X-ray,
You got to document and have proof backup. I mean, you need to be flooding them with a tremendous amount of evidence. Otherwise, you're just going to be tossed out and then cooked further. Linda could probably give you a little bit of pointer too. She used to be a legal secretary, I believe, and she owned a law firm with her husband. But if you're going pro se, you got to know what the motions are, because the lawyers practice procedure, not law. So if you're going pro se, under what claim? Are you pushing your own claim? Are you drawing your own court? Or are you stepping in? Court is basically you're drawing your own case. You're bringing it to a venue, which is the courthouse, into a courtroom. So you're playing tennis or basketball in a court. Who are you playing against? You must have a legal name. I mean, it gets really tricky.
Very tricky. I was going to just name his name, and then I decided, well, I might as well, we should, the Department of Defense, they made this thing. They're involved. CIA.
Do you have proof of the actual mechanism that is within you, the chips and the wires? Do you have the data for that, the manufacturer, the code numbers?
I have the data for that. Yes,
okay,
I
good.
have the frequency numbers. And I do have the frequency numbers. There's 5 in particular, and then I don't understand all of this with the frequencies, but
Okay.
they branch out.
Document in a chart,
multiple.
document everything. Just document, be pragmatic about it. Everything, be thorough. Is there anything, I mean, you're setting a new case precedent too for that. Well,
Let me suggest one thing. To simplify the original organizing of all this, you can name a defendant and by name, and then you can say does 1 through 50 or whatever you want, 1 through 10, 1 through 20, and that allows you to leave open the lawsuit to include more people. Okay, so as you're going along and as you do more discovery and find out more information and another party involved, that you can include that person in place of one of those that you initially stated. Okay, if that makes sense.
Placeholders.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also trying to find
Yeah, it does. I didn't even name a particular person. Well, I did name one particular person, but see, that's where Richard's different than mine. I don't know if I should. I really should go after the government. I mean, in that particular area.
Yeah. My bad.
Right.
But just don't. But you don't. What I'm saying is if you just name a few people and don't put those in there, you're limited to only those people. Okay. But if you put those in there, you can include anything you want. Anything you find out, you throw it in there, and that leaves it open for that.
How do I write that? Do I just put etc. or
no? You put you put the defendant's name, and then you just do a comma, and does 1 through whatever, just big in capital DOES, and whatever number you want to put in there, like 1 through 20.
Those 1 through 25 or something. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because this is kind of scary.
Sure.
I'm not a lawyer, obviously, and I had the brains 10 years ago, and thanks to our nano chips and all of our torturing, it's just not what it was. And I'm sorry for that. I'm really sorry for that. People ask me, what's the name of the song? And I can sing it with you.
Yeah.
And I used to know it, but it's not my fault. I have been zapped. And my memory is shot. And I have evidence of that, too. I mean, I have that brain injury evidence I can bring into court. So, all right. So, as long as I fill out DOS, I love that.
DOES.
What about the CIA? I can do that
what
with
about,
too.
What the hell? If you think that they're involved, yeah. Sure.
DOES or DOS?
No, DOES.
Okay.
Those 1 through it's
those
DOES, okay. Yeah. Those 1 and those just means plural. But damn it, I can't now. I can't remember the group sells all kinds of self-help legal books. Damn, I'm trying to find that for you, and I can't. They're really good. They really give you a lot of information. You can find anything with this group and get information that will help you. They're sort of like for people who want to do it themselves, and they give you all the help you need. But I can't find them. Damn it! I'll remember them tonight when I'm trying to go to sleep. I'm sure. And
if you remember,
hi everybody. This is Lorraine in New Jersey.
Hi, Lorraine.
Hi. I'd like to refer you to a lawsuit that was filed by a police officer in my town against my local police department and the township and the chief of police. And it is written John /Jane DOES 1 through 10, and then in parentheses it says fictitious names, individually and in his or her official capacity, to the agents and or employees of whatever, and then it says ABC corporations 1 through 10, parentheses fictitious names. So that's the way this, and this was drafted by an attorney. That's how it's addressed, and it needs to be served to every individual that is mentioned.
And yes, you do need a separate summons for, summons for every defendant to serve them with.
Yes, because what happens is, I mean, at least in this lawsuit, it was only served to the township and not to the other individuals. So if it's not served, it's not served. They don't have to respond.
No, that's
absolutely. That's what makes them respond, is summons.
Right, and the thing is, if you don't have the money, you can ask the court to serve it. I mean, they'll serve it through the sheriff's department. I mean, it costs less money, but if you can prove that you're in a financial need, it'll be done for free.
But you also cannot serve it yourself. Somebody else has to serve it for you.
Yeah, you have to serve it yourself. You could either do it through a process server that you'll have to pay, or usually the sheriff's department.
Or
in the past, when I've done it through a process server.
Yeah. Or a friend. Somebody who signs on the dotted line that they handed it to that person is what matters.
Yeah.
Okay. The group I was looking for is Norton. They have, but all of a sudden they don't seem quite as active. But I'll find it. I'll list it in the chat room.
If you pay for the court to do this, like if you pay the $400, will they then do the summons for you?
No, you have to type your own complaint, and you have to type your own. No, you hand. Just a minute. You have to deliver. You have to have everything that you're going to deliver already prepared.
Okay, I have that summons prepared, but I just don't know how to send that out or give it out. You know, and if you pay I can get the addresses, I guess, but don't they, if you give them the money, won't they do that for you?
Fill it out for you? No, they will not fill out documents for you. Well, not any court I've ever gone to. I could be wrong.
They won't send out the summons. You have to send out the summons yourself.
No, you have to do that yourself to get the person to come in and respond to your complaint. The court's they just want to see the results. They don't want to be involved in creating the situation. You know, they feel that's the attorney or the person's responsibility.
And make a dozen copies of your packet, because you're going to need a couple for yourself. You're going to need to give the court 2. And then all the rest of them that you're going to send to whomever you're sending them to. So, I mean, at the very minimum, you should have a dozen copies of everything that you're sending. And that is more expensive. Those copy fees are very expensive.
Mm-hmm. It's your own
especially
copier.
when you have exhibits in there.
Well, no, you can make the copies yourself, and it depends on how much your local copier is charging you, you know. But
here's the problem with the copiers. If you go to a copy place, this is fact, because I worked in Silicon Valley, and I'm not saying that to brag or boast, because I'm ashamed of it. When you get anything printed, it's kept on a memory card and a cartridge. They have that access, just like in the cloud. They have access to your information, and they can use it against you. So get your own fax/copier. You can get them really cheap at Staples, and get a good shredder.
just copies are copies are copies. You can get it. You can get your copies. You can copy it if you've got a copier at home. You can do it there.
Right.
You know, you can
Right.
do it.
Exactly.
You can, so you can do that, but you also, what you want to do is also when you take it down to file it and they stamp it filed with the case number, you want a conformed copy of those. You want all your copies stamped also.
That's a good
So that when,
idea.
excuse me, so that when they serve it, then the person will know it's all official. The court stamped it. It's got a case number. It's ready to go. Do you know what I'm saying, Angela?
I think so, yeah.
Good. If you have trouble with
Have
it, call me. I can help you walk it through. Okay.
What's your number? Can I call you? What's your number?
Sure. 209
Okay.
209 728 8803.
03 209. This is Linda.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Now my phone does not always ring. They they like to play with my phones, but if I'm here and it rings, I will pick it up. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
We'll find each
It is
other.
a lot of work.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that I could talk to? Do you guys know that is a paralegal or like a secretary for an attorney? Anybody know anybody?
Paralegal. Oh, I used to be a paralegal.
Okay.
That's why I think I can help you with this. I can help you format it, do all that. I don't, but that was years ago. That was like 20 years ago, and I haven't done any of that since. So I think I'm current on the information, but
Hi, for case law, Linda, she would need case law, right?
Yeah. Oh, not yet.
For
Not
her
yet.
state, for her state.
Not
yet.
Case
Okay.
law comes around when you're making motions, and they want to
Right.
stall
When
you
you-
and they want to back you down and they want you to want to dismiss your case. That's when case law comes in. But to file a complaint, you need your you need you need your introduction. Best to do an index, but we'll talk about that, man. Judges like it as easy as they can get it. They like it right out in
without
front of
all the
them.
case law,
Easy
without
to
the
find.
case law in the beginning. I was going to suggest an app. Most attorneys can go to Westlaw. Pro se's can't go to Westlaw or LexisNexis. You have to be an attorney, but there is an app that you can find cases with for pro se's. Will bring basically the same cases that you can find in Westlaw
Hey,
or
Linda, can I get
LexisNexis.
your number?
What?
They deleted it out of my phone, and then I dropped it in the toilet. So they deleted it from my phone. Seriously. So yeah, I tried to back up as much as I could.
That's okay.
So I in my moving and everything, and the flooding and everything going on here, it's been insane. Can I get your number because I just got because my senator said 2 weeks ago they sent me the casework paperwork and the CIA person, the highest ranking CIA person I told you I've been working with since 2004 when I came back from Rocky Freedom. They never sent it. So either they didn't send it or somebody retrieved it. So I went to the library and I thought it printed off her actual site. Is it possible I could get your number because I set up this Republic Radio for Frank, and then I'm also trying to set up Liberty Radio. And Eric, I don't know if you know anything about Tanya's case, but Eric shed some light on it. In the Bay Area, she's being held captive against her will in the Bay Area for no reason.
I can help you. I can help with procedural stuff. I can help. I can't give legal advice. I can't give actual legal advice. Okay.
And I need to find a lawyer that's trustworthy to go to my DMV hearing because I don't trust this guy. He said he worked for the DMV, actually prosecuting people, and now he helps people. Yet he wouldn't meet with me. And I said, I meet with everybody face to face. This is the thing I have. I have to know you are who you say you are. And I didn't tell him I have to do a background check on you because I do have to do that too. And my brother and everybody's like, oh, you're paranoid. You don't trust anybody. I said, damn straight I don't trust anyone.
For good reason.
Yeah.
We have experience. Yeah.
Could I get your number too?
Sure, 209
Mm-hmm.
728 8803.
8803. And I just wanted to share with you and everybody, I don't know if I did in the past or not, and this all goes on to Ted Gunderson, my my friend, when I was looking for spiritual deliverance, the son of Antoine LaVey, he goes by the name of Jess Anthony. He can't even go to church anymore because they treat him like a rock star, like, I'm going to use you, blah, 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 blah. But he's an ordained minister up in Yucaipa. He said it's cheap to live there near Big Bear, and he doesn't get bothered, and he's a Christian. They castrated him at 10 years old, so he sounds like a woman. He had a family. He had a beautiful wife that died. He had 8 kids. So they're all thriving and doing well. He's thriving and doing well, living in a little trailer with his 2 dogs, paying $100 a month. So I'm going to look at property up there myself for TIs as well as myself. But let me just get that number again, 209
728 8803. 728.
He was best friends. I'm just calling you now with it so you'll see my number. He was best friends with Ted Gunderson, and I said, why? I said, because Ted Gunderson, they killed him with a slow cancer because he was outing the satanic network, because Antoine LaVey, the father, who has 1 or 2 daughters, still running the Church of Satan, still proud of it, but he tried to kidnap Jess a couple of times when they lived in Nevada, when they lived in LA, when they lived all over. He knew Sammy Davis Jr. He knew and Wayne.
Excuse me. I don't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to give the other lady that filed the
I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to shut up now. I'm in the taxi, and I'm just going to listen to you guys. So thank you.
Well, I just want to give her this. It's a lot of legal cases. It's throughout the United States. You can sort by your state and the type of case, federal, civil, whatever, or criminal cases. Anyway, you can bring up many cases that's already been filed to get an idea of, the type of case that you're filing. Anyway, it's called Fast Case, FASTCASE. It's an app. You can download the app on your phone. Also, you can log in online to it as well if you like to use a computer. Just set up a password and a username, and it has a search bar where you can put in the type of case that you're filing and see if you can find cases that will come up and might help you as you go through the process. Okay. And it's important to find cases when you file lawsuits, and because attorneys use Westlaw and LexisNexis as it's a legal database that they use all the time. But people filing pro se don't have access to that. So this fast case is really good for pro se litigants.
Okay, it's good to hear some activity on lawsuits.
Yeah, it is.
Because we will get together and simultaneously decide that it's time to go see John Whitehead. But there's a lot of legwork that has to happen in the middle, and my time is limited. I'll devote as much time as I can to it. But what has to happen is we have to find people that are willing to sign affidavits, like Catherine's, Dr. Horton's, or someone's affidavit, and get it notarized, and we're ready to fly with something.
I had mine notarized. It's so funny. I had it notarized twice, and I took it in, and I should check on this. I brought it back, and I looked at it, and I looked at I looked at the attachments and all the documents that they gave me, and I thought, you know what? They did not attach the end of this where you have it notarized, and they didn't take the piece of paper where I had it stamped, because I actually did have it stamped. And it's funny, but I returned home and I looked in the back seat of my car, and there it was. And I thought, this is so strange. I had this done twice because I wanted to make sure, it's notarized, it's official, and I put it into the court, and lo and behold, there it was, like sitting. Oh my gosh, I don't know. It's strange. To me, it feels like somebody took it out, but it's probably just my own weird imagination. But I have that affidavit done, Frank, and should I just continue with this pro se? Try to do the best I can with this pro se filing? I mean, and go from there. I'd much rather go see John Whitehead to say hi.
Yeah.
Here's my case.
You'd have to go there as a masthead for the rest of us. And we're really not ready yet. We have numbers, and some of the numbers are not correct for one reason or another. So we have to figure out a way. If we got 20 people together with signed affidavits, and we went to Rutherford Institute and we spoke with John Whitehead, I'm sure that if we speak to him and say, this is a very, very tiny facet of the stone, this is a very small, infinitely small facet of the stone, and see what he thinks after he goes over the affidavits.
We might want to educate him as far as the factual aspects, like what the Navy has published about the frequencies, and what a lot of publications that are out there about the frequencies from some very solid, people. I don't know you call the Navy solid anymore, but at least believable, credible. There's a lot of I just think they might need to be educated. I don't know. That makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
There is so much information out there, and that's just it. It's so overwhelming. You could take one aspect and find and stick that in between your motions and everything. But
you
can
attach it. Well, you can attach it as an exhibit and just say "see exhibit." You can make your statement and then say just "see exhibit," whatever number it is, for more information.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible, because I know that a judge would prefer that. I would. Yeah.
So much information, though, right?
There's so much information, and I read Kane case, and he has many, 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 many sentences in many paragraphs that state, it's almost, how could you disagree with him? The way that the sentences are structured, and the amount of intricate, even he sums up, a long technical word with a I don't know, something that anyone else would be able to probably interpret to that technical word. But there's no, I don't have a case in front of me. There's no I guess there is super proof that this all existed. I mean, there has to be. It's just not right there. I mean, they don't have an instrument or a weapon right there, for them to see and to look at. I guess if you were in court and you had to present a weapon that you could buy over the counter at Amazon or something like that, then you could present that weapon there if you needed to. But that's where I get confused sometimes. How my gosh, where
Yeah.
is the proof for this BHS, apostrophe, IHS, apostrophe, Bivens? How did you pull that out? But there has to be, I guess.
That's one of the reasons that Mike Mason wanted the audio spotlight, was to be able to prove to a judge that this, you really can focus the sound on him and nobody else will hear it. That that's an example of what we could present. I think. I don't know.
I see. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be. It's not easy. Problem is we don't have a dependent that we can absolutely prove is hurting us directly. It's a big area to deal with, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and they say that what brought me down was, where was I? Forget. Anyway, I was somewhere, and they said, whatever you do, don't break up frequencies because they won't want to hear it and they will not believe you. And I thought, whatever,
You have to.
But you have to. They're as real as, well, they say thoughts aren't real. We're changing that one now, aren't we? We're proving that one wrong, aren't we? So
yeah, well, they can't. If it's part of the activity, the weapons, when we know they are the frequencies, you can't leave it out.
You can't leave it out.
No,
exactly. You can't say that because they're hearing a radio station broadcasted in California from Pittsburgh that it doesn't exist. You cannot rule that out. So they're saying, I mean, I feel like I'm in the dark ages with some of these people that I talk to. Like, where are you people from? And it's the frequency will never make sense to them. Well, for crying out loud, if it's not going to make sense to them, then who is it going to make sense to?
Well, yeah. Well, it's right out there. I mean, refer them to the
It's
Navy.
a radio frequency. Right.
Yeah.
They have numbers. They're real.
Yeah. They have frequencies. This Navy publication has the frequencies and what those do, and they talk about, affecting how it would affect somebody to be hearing voices in their head that are created by the frequencies. I mean, they say it right there. So anybody who tells you don't discuss it because they won't believe it, well, attach that information from the Navy, as pointed out in attachment, blah, blah, whatever exhibit. I don't know how you could address these subjects and not put it in. So,
right.
There's a lot of legitimate backup for what we're talking about. It's just knowing who's doing it to us,
Well, what about using a couple of things I'm thinking? Number one, Duncan has, Dr. Robert Duncan, who worked on all this, he has files out here that it starts out by saying, use this, print it out, show it to whomever for proof. The second thing I'm thinking is the Space Preservation Act. That was filed by the former former Ohio Representative Kucinich.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it names right out now everything that's just about everything being used on us. So
really,
oh God, yeah, everything. It's word for word. I mean, it names off every weapon, the whole bit. So, and that was filed in 2001, 2, and again in 2005, when I understand the Department of Defense gave him some choice words, and that was it. He tried. At least he tried. But anyway, that might, I don't know, I would think that would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there has to be follow-up paperwork regarding it. Like if he filed it, he would have had to. Don't you think he would have filed it, attaching it to whatever laws were when Congress passed it, when they approved it? So that I always thought about that. That would be a route to go. How could they can't deny it?
Exactly. I mean, if it's all fact, it's factual. It's right there. It's written down.
Look it up. It'll shock you. I mean, it names everything, and there's no kid playing around. So You know,
Yeah.
and Duncan talks about all the frequencies and what have you, and it's a bit
Yeah.
over my head, but you might want to check into that. And that's all I got to say. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, thank you.
You're welcome. Wish you luck.
Well, we all have to contribute here because it's such an unknown. I mean, it feels like it's unknown. It's huge, and we noticed that Dennis Kucinich did not get reelected. They went after him and said how crazy he was and that he was friends with Shirley MacLaine and they were seeing, I don't know, bizarro spaceships together. I don't know. But they took him down.
Yeah, they did. They
Yeah.
even made fun of him and his wife because she was a lot taller than him. Oh, had it everywhere, and
Yeah.
yeah, they did. That's what they do. I mean, when they killed Kennedy, immediately we heard nothing. All we heard about was his sex. I remember growing up thinking, my God, here's something else about his sexcapades.
Man.
And so it's embedded in our minds, and that's all we think about. So
Yeah.
oh, that's how it goes. But that's what I would do. I would check into those two avenues, and you can't deny Duncan. He worked on all this. He's got a lot of degrees and what have you from the finest universities in the country, and Kucinich and the papers he filed. You can't deny it.
No.
So
And he would
anyway.
not file anything that was frivolous, obviously.
Yeah, and it names everything, so that would be to her benefit. I don't see how a judge. If anything, he'll
Yeah.
have his mouth open and eyes like, what?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Judges, when I had this lawsuit going on, and I would talk to the judges, what they were interested in, it was like, give them logic, give them point to point. This is what happened, and then this, and they love that. It's like if you make it clear and you're logical, that's what they want to hear. They don't care about all the fancy legal blah blah blah. They just want to hear. At least that's what I ran into, and it was nice.
Yeah. Just be to your. You don't have to use big words, no big terminology.
No.
Right.
No. They
I
like
wish I had.
yeah.
I wish I'd had you around when I was in my lawsuit, boy.
Yeah. Well, I learned a lot. But when I was a secretary and a paralegal, I learned about the procedure and a lot, But when I got into the lawsuit, I got to get more into I don't know, the court system and how evil some people can be, and they'll set you up and sell you out in a hot minute. I found.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
that's what happened to me.
Yeah. I had one female judge who was not going to let them do that. Bless her heart. She knew that's what they were trying to do. She knew my lawyer was going right along with them, setting me up, and she was not going to allow it. She was wonderful, just wonderful. We do have good judges, you guys. But if you go and find a judge, find a female. They seem to be a little more, I don't know, a little more willing to listen to reality.
Can you pick them?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think yes, they can. Yeah, they can make a motion in front of a certain. Yeah, they can. That's something we have to look into.
Look into. Yeah.
They can recuse themselves. Yeah.
My I don't know, my first surgery, who I'd like to just go after the doctor who did this to me originally, because that's all I know. That's all I knew for 2 or 3 years until I found these groups and all of this and what was really happening to me. So all I really know is this surgery happened to me, and then I felt like this. But as a result, I went to a million different places, not a million, but almost 10. I just had a lawyer call me 2 days ago. I just had a lawyer call me 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And she said to me that I needed a case. Can you hold on a second? I know we are. It's Ash Wednesday. That's right, it's Ash Wednesday. So, yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, this lawyer called me 2 days ago, and I've been sick, so my head's been buggy. And she wanted to know out of the blue, like 10 o'clock at night or something. Right after I didn't hear from her for 2 years. Okay, I had this surgery done in Atlanta where they took out my lymph nodes, but they didn't take out the chip in my breast, and I have 2 of them, 3 of them actually. The surgeon says on a voice comm that I have saved on my phone, Angela, you have 2 or 3 chips in your left breast. However, I had to take out your lymph nodes instead. And so I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to? All I want is what I want is my medical records. This woman, this surgeon,
You have
has.
a legal right to them. You have absolute legal right to your entire medical plan.
They won't give them to me.
Oh, yes, they will. Then you contact the medical association in your state. You tell them which doctor won't give you your records. They have to. They have to.
They're in another state. It's called medical records in my state.
No, call the medical association in the state where the doctor is, and tell them they're refusing to release your records to you because they're your product. You paid for the services. You paid for all of that. That is your product. Yeah. Boy.
Yeah. So she says to me, well, Angela, I have your records. I could show this to a doctor and see what he says, but that'll be another $1,000 for have the doctor look at it most likely, or I could just take the case. Yeah. And I told her, I said, my bottom line is I've never met you, and that's what I agree with the girl on the call. So next time I talk to anybody, I want to know them in person. Yeah. I've never met you. You sound like a nice person and all, but you're calling me now because you know I want to go to the medical association and get my records. And out of the blue, they're calling me. And I don't know. I'll call her back. She said, do you want me to take your case? She said we could just take it as a medical malpractice where the doctor looks at the letter and sees something that is negligent. Well, it was kind of negligent that I paid her $12,000 to take out a chip and she didn't do it.
Yeah.
She took out my lymph nodes and yeah.
Well, why did you take out your lymph nodes?
I don't know. She never said. She said she thought they might cause me cancer. But I thought that was so strange. I mean, okay.
It is.
Yeah, but she was recommended by Dr. Staninger, which is really, I mean, I'm like, and I have all my evidence here, and I'm like, all right, living day to day. I'm not living. I'm in jail. I've been in this jail for 10 years, and it's so hard, and I can't stand it, all because of a stupid Abbott laboratory case that they took 10 years ago and won $500 million for the state, and then used me as the freaking scapegoat. And now I have to live here, and I don't have a life. And I'm telling you, in the next 5 years, if I'm doing this, I'm going to go to California and get early euthanized because I cannot stand it anymore. It's just terrible. I don't have a life.
Angela, what do you think you're going to gain by moving to California? This is, I mean,
legal euthanization.
Excuse
no,
me?
you don't go that way. Why not? You didn't suffer this. It's
You don't know what
painful.
I suffer.
I'm sure. I know. You don't know what I suffer either. But I don't want to suffer it. And I have a right. And in California, you have a right.
No.
You
Listen. I had already looked into all that. Okay. There has been times that I'm pretty sure that these people have killed me. It is very hard to explain. Like I know for a fact in my life that like it was so bad at one point that I was in so much pain that like I had completely lost sense of reality. I had laid down in my backyard. There were points that I was crawling around the floor. Like there was points that I would.
That was me every day for the last 5 years at 10610 Federal Street. Last 5 years, every single day.
There was points where I would go tell my body to go left and it would go right. But anyway, like what I was going to tell you about euthanasia. Listen, please, talk. It's not legal, and the only way it's legal in the United States is if you have a terminal illness and you're an elder. I already called all the states that have euthanasia.
Really?
Yeah, I talked to these.
I thought it was legal in California.
No, it's legal in Oregon and Washington, and it might be in California, but it's only reserved for people who are elderly, and it's not just like you call them and get it done. Like it's a 5-year process. You
I
have
used to live there. That's why I would. If I'm in this 3 years from now, because I'm already 50, And I want a life. I want to be with somebody. I want to hug. I want an I love you. I want to celebrate Christmas or Hanukkah. I want to celebrate. I want to go dancing. I want to live. I want a life. I just don't want to eat food. Eating food is not a life for me. Some people, that's
They
their
stole
life,
my
and
life
that's
too.
great.
They stole my life too. I'm right there with you. I'm 28 years old. Like 2 years ago, like 2016, 2017 were the best of my life. I was strong, confident, happy, healthy, proud, full of life, joy, excitement, reward, and pleasure. The world has started to open up to me. I was at one with the universe, and I was so happy. I was in bliss. I never had a worry ever, and I was just so happy that I had zero worries. And then like I did something wrong, and I got targeted, and I started getting raped. I get sexually raped, like not like sexuals and like pleasure, like sexual degradation, sexual insults every day. I was cooked for months. There has been time that the mind controlled telepathy voice to skull was so bad that my whole body was in pain that I'm sure that you can imagine from what you're saying. Like, I believe you. You know what I'm talking about, that I was laid out. Like, I couldn't move. I would be curled up in a ball, or I was jerking around, or there was times I'm certain I laid down and like the center of my head just exploded out. Like I was just gone. And like, there's been times that I even like after I first found these conference calls that I had found out the laws on euthanasia in America. You have to be like 65 or 70 and you have to be terminally ill. You can't be in pain. You can't, I mean, you have to be terminally ill in pain, okay? But you can't just be like, from 35, I'm from 25 to like 55 or 60 or something like that. And I don't have a terminal illness, but I'm just in pain. Like, it doesn't matter if you're disabled. It doesn't matter if you have if you've been diagnosed with mental illness. They will not do it. The only countries that do that, okay, like if you want to be euthanized, I'm not recommending this to anyone, but there is one country that you can do it, and it's just don't do it, because I've been there, and I think that we're all one day this crime will be exposed, and I know how to do it, but it's very evil, and there's a very crooked system we live under right now. But Belgium is the only country that will do it. And I talked to a doctor in Belgium, and it was hard to understand him, but he explained it to me. He said, it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter if you're mentally ill or not. It doesn't matter if you have a terminal illness. What you have to do in Belgium is you have to get 5 different physicians, and then you have to have your family verify it. And then you have to be in serious pain, and you have to be disabled. And you have to, I think it had to be, you have to be a citizen of Belgium. And you have to have a physician. You have to have a family physician who has clarified that you are disabled, you are in serious pain, and it's been going on for like years. And I don't even think it has to be going on for years, but like there's a lot of fine line. There's a lot of criteria when it comes to euthanasia. We shouldn't be talking about it because, we don't want to do that. But one thing is you're not going to leave this earth without pain. And that's another reason I think this stuff is so painful, is because they're killing us. You know what I mean? Like these are murderers, and they're silent kill weapons. That's why we're in so much pain, because they mean to kill us. And not only do they mean to kill us, but I've read stuff like in Dr. Robert Duncan's books that they're like cataloging pain to use it. Like I've heard crazy stuff like the pain that they're making in our bodies. They're going to record it and use it on other people, and then they can perpetually replay it back. These are the most disgusting people. And this is what I want to share tonight in this meeting. I'm sorry for interrupting everyone. But like, you have to understand that the DSM, okay, Dr. Ewan Cameron for MK Ultra, I'm sure a lot of people know this. He was the president and the founder of American Psychiatry, and he was working with mind control before psychiatry. DSM is a made-up medicine. Like all they have done is through the DSM in American Psychiatry was started with lobotomies and electroshock therapy. They didn't have any of this, and like their whole practice is based off of, this is so crooked in America. It's all based off of observation and like barbaric experimentation. There's no scientific test, there's no blood test, there's no brain test, there's no screening or scanning or anything. This is their whole books, all their books and everything they've done is just made up out of the thin air based off of observation. Okay. And these DS, like the government transferred the DSM practices, the deep state of the government practices, over to police to discredit. This was all set up for decades. They had this program all the way back to the Phoenix program and before. and it's just horrible. I mean, it's genocide. I've been there. Don't euthanize
It
yourself.
it is totally terrible. It's like, and I don't care, I watched Catherine Horton's last video on her videotaping herself, and every 4 hours she would go through it. They would take it, and it was totally me. They would take it all the way up and hurt her head so bad that she couldn't stand it, and she's laying in her bed and she's crying and she's crying and she's crying because she's a woman and it hurts. And then they let it go down. Then they reap it up again. And
Yeah.
I don't know who's downloading this stuff. I don't know why. All
They're
I
sick.
know is that I was set up for a freaking takedown by my first husband so that Abbott Laboratories could pay Pennsylvania $500 million and Ohio $500 million and North and up there, I think Boston, I think Connecticut got, I don't know if they got their $500 million or not, but there were like 4 or 5 states that got, and I am the one getting tortured, and I mean tortured. Still.
Just stay away.
And
I know
when
you
I
know
went
this, but just stay away
to
from
court and I'm doing the pro se stuff, I got tortured 3 weeks after I walked out of that federal court office. Now they want me to go back up there again? Yeehaw. And I'm sorry, I know about that. You shouldn't do that, and I should not.
Well, you're
want
gonna have
that,
a very
but
hard time. I can tell you that. Let me tell you something really quick. First off, you're gonna have a very hard time living in the United States to get yourself euthanized, and even if you were in Europe or UK, you're gonna have a very hard time getting yourself euthanized. The only country it would be easy in is Belgium, but you have to be a citizen there, and I don't know how long you have to be a citizen there. You have to get like 5 different physicians, and who says you'll get the physicians to sign off on? You have to go before a hearing, and it's not instant. It's like a year process, and you have to prove.
California, you can though.
No,
it's
you can't.
legal,
I already called California. I called the euthanasia groups in California. I've called every euthanasia group in the United States, and there is like a 5-year waiting period. There's a 5-year waiting period, and it's all reserved for the elderly who are terminally ill. You have to have.
I'll be there by then. And the only reason they're not diagnosing me with cancer is because they're afraid to. And I know it. My neurologist is afraid to diagnose me with cancer, and they're afraid to do another brain X-ray on me because they don't want to see what they're going to find. And I know that.
You don't have cancer. You don't have cancer.
You don't know that.
I do. They're gonna release. Like, we're all gonna make it through this one day. Like, whether it's in this life or the next, we're all gonna be happy. Where this is.
It better be soon. And Easter time's coming, and I know all that, but I'm telling you what, I don't know if I can go through going to the court, handing it in, them attacking my head, not knowing whether I should stay or move. I would vote for a woman president in a New York minute, but is staying where I am with men, is that, do you live on your own? Is it better for women to do this on their own? I know I'm getting totally off the subject here, but in a way it's kind of related. I'm staying where I am because that man has been very nice, and I appreciate what he said. I am more organized here, and I do have everything at my fingertips if I need it, and that's better than moving around and getting everything set up. I'm sorry, I'm getting off subject. But and that's another reason that I'm afraid to move. I get in so much pain. I sit there and sometimes I talk to myself. Like,
well, we all do.
We all
do. Especially if you have voice to skull. I mean, you're talking to your handlers, and really it's probably AI. They BCI'd us to an autonomous killing machine, special language software, some government criminal scripted, and they'll turn this fucker on until we're, excuse my language, until we're, that's what they want. If you do that, they win. And like from what I've read, it's kind of like it's all about this research and development. Like, it's like if you could break brain entrainment or break the Neuralink or disconnect from their system, all this stuff they've done to us would be a failure to them. Like, that's how disgusting they are. Can you believe these maniacs? It just should make you mad that these maniacs really have invested a lot of money and time into their neuro weapon.
It really would be fun to just totally destroy that on them, totally undo it. That would be nice.
That would be really nice.
I was reading that, like, if we were just disconnected, if we somehow got off of it, like within days, weeks, we would heal and go back to normal. Like that's why it is so constant. It is so constant. You know, they have to make it constant 24/7 or it wouldn't have the effect. I mean, if you just had a day of peace, just even a minute, I swear there's been times
Can
that
I
like
say something? Can I say something? I'm sorry. I wanted to say something. I tried a couple of times and I had to disconnect and reconnect. I've been quiet for 4 hours and now I'd like to say something. I actually contacted you guys initially because I was trying to find somebody to help me with assisted suicide. And I found several books out there that do explain a peaceful way to do it, but you need some people to help you. And they explain the law and how to do it and what to do and all that good stuff. And when I contacted them, they said they only help people who are, a certain age and terminal and blah, blah, blah. But when I explained the situation, they said, your situation sounds just as bad as that, but we won't help you. So if this is something that, we want to offer people, there are books out there that explain how to do it peacefully in less than 5 minutes. It's very well documented. It explains what to do legally, how to do it in order to make sure that nobody that's present is in any way held responsible. And there is extensive, very well researched work and recommendations by doctors on how to do it, and in a very peaceful way. And it is something to consider because I think this way of living is horrific, absolutely horrific.
It is. And then I want the very best, like that Will Smith movie when they were doing the autopsies. I think he moved out to California. Who's the guy who does all the autopsies and is on the news? I want the best autopsy I can get. I'll save all my money for that autopsy. And I have no money, but if I die and they get this autopsy and these chips out of me, somebody's going to have a hell of a nice fortune. That's for sure.
Well, I think if that is something that as a group you guys want to offer to people who are interested, I think there should also be an option to do an affidavit right before the person does it, so there's documentation of why the person decided to make that decision.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
This sounds. I'm not sure we would want to put ourselves in a position of advising people on suicide, because that puts us in a liability position that I think makes me nervous.
Exactly.
Again, if you look at there's books like from Final Exit that very clearly explain what to do, how to do it, in order to make sure that nobody is held culpable. So they've extensively researched it, and they explain.
How long are you going to entertain this selfish way of killing ourselves rather than why don't we chain ourselves to the Capitol building first? This is ridiculous. Can we get off the suicide topic already? Do something to love your neighbors if you're going to go out like you want the duty. Once you handle duty, get off this topic.
I'm gonna say one more thing and I'll stop. I think we're humane to animals that are suffering. And I don't know why we're not humane to human beings who are suffering. It's a personal choice that a person should be able to make. That's it. I'm done.
Here's the thing.
Y'all should be on here engaging people to fucking find people, phone them fake ass, hypocrite, crooked ass doctors on engaging people to fucking kill them and commit suicide and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like Dr. Kevorkian and all that bullshit. You know what I mean? That shit is not cool. Y'all shouldn't be on this conference call talking about that shit.
But if you have a lot of pain and no one will help you for years and years, for instance, my cats are losing their fur. All right.
Well, y'all should be on a conference. Y'all should be on the conference call and talking about that stuff. You know what I mean? Engaging people in that shit. You know what I mean? That's not cool. You know what I mean? That's like basically trying to get people to do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we're not trying to get people to do anything. We're not trying to get anyone to do anything, brother, but you have to understand, people have died because these are weapons.
Don't nobody want to hear nothing about committing suicide. Nobody want to hear nothing about committing suicide or nothing, man. Talking about finding
no one is saying you should do it, but if the person chooses to do it, I think it's a humane thing to offer some assistance and help them do it. But it's not no one saying you should do it. No one saying anyone else. It's a personal decision, and if the person decides to do it, I think it's humane.
Keep it personal. Then don't no fucking body on the conference call need to be hearing all that shit. Y'all fucking engaging,
Sir,
talking about
I'm here because I am suffering as much as you are. Please don't use profanity with me.
Okay.
I'm here because I am suffering.
Hello.
You know what I'm
Come
saying?
on.
Look, first off,
Mute.
it's illegal. It's illegal. It is illegal in the United States, okay? And all I was talking about was
I
someone
don't
brought
give
up
a fuck if it's
euthanasia.
illegal or not illegal. You know what I'm saying? Y'all should be on here talking and being fucking enticing
Okay,
people.
then we're not talking about it
fucking
anymore.
suicide in front of the goddamn doctors and shit to help you guys kill yourself. What the fuck wrong with y'all? Y'all need to go
Well, hey,
on
brother,
somewhere.
if you're in
Please,
maximum pain,
watch your
you've never
language.
been in maximum pain, guy.
Don't tell me to
You ain't
watch
never
my
been in
language. Don't tell
maximum
me to
pain,
watch my
bro.
language.
You ain't never.
Don't
I
tell
can
me to
tell
watch
you
my.
never
Don't
been in
tell me to watch
maximum
my
pain,
goddamn
guy.
language. You
Frank,
fucking on here telling
You haven't
people to
had these
kill.
we need
people
some
kill you yet.
control here.
Suicide
You
and
haven't
shit.
had
Fuck
these
you.
people kill you yet. Until you are targeted to die and they put you in maximum pain, then you might see. Then you might. But it's not about that. They were talking
Yeah.
about euthanasia laws by a doctor where it's legal, and it's
Man, I don't give a
not.
fuck.
It's
Who the fuck is
illegal.
you to tell me I ain't going through no pain, motherfucker? You don't even know the fuck I am or what the fuck they be doing to me. Don't know me to
Because you
talk to
ain't
me.
been in
You better
maximum
back
pain.
up
If you
and
had been
step
in
forward.
maximum pain,
You
it might
tough
have crossed your
motherfucker.
mind one time to
Man,
get
shut your punk ass
down,
up,
bro.
motherfucker. You get your ass off
You
here,
just
punk
want to
motherfucker.
fight.
Trying to tell people to kill themselves and all
I
that.
wasn't.
Fucking
Hey,
doctors
hey,
and
you.
go to other
Hey,
countries to
brother.
kill themselves.
I never
Who the
said
fuck is
anything.
you,
I
man?
never said
Fuck
anything
you.
about that guy.
Fuck you.
I never said anything about that guy. These
Fuck
women
you
were
talking
talking
about.
about it, and I
Fuck
was
you.
telling them
Man,
the
get on with
fucking
all that
law
bullshit.
about
So,
it.
like I said,
I was
y'all ain't
telling them
finna be
the
talking about
law.
that shit. Y'all
I
ain't finna
didn't
be
bring
talking
up the
about that shit on
subject,
here.
guy.
It did
Y'all ain't finna
hurt
be
You
talking
need to
about that
slow
shit on
your
here.
roll,
Straight
brother.
that.
You need
Y'all
to
ain't finna
slow
be
your
talking
roll,
about that shit
brother.
on here.
You need to
Y'all ain't
cool
finna be
your
talking
jets
about that
turbo.
bullshit. Y'all
You
ain't
need
finna
to
be
cool
talking about
your
that
jets
bullshit on
turbo
here.
because
Y'all
listen
ain't
here,
finna be talking about
Frank,
that
then be
bullshit on
bring it
here.
quiet.
up.
Y'all ain't finna be
I
talking about
didn't
that
bring it
bullshit
up.
on here.
These
Straight
women
up.
brought it up,
Y'all
and
ain't
Frank,
I
finna
can
was
be
I
just
talking
say
about
talking
that
something
about
back
the
bullshit.
to
Y'all
that?
need
law.
to talk to each other.
Stop
Y'all
it,
finna be talking about that
Brandon.
bullshit
Calm
on
You
here.
down.
guys,
Hey, bro,
The
you
Frank,
need to take a chill
millimeter
pill.
Frank,
wave
Fuck
thing.
and calm down before you fuck
He,
around and get killed here,
Hey, hey,
because
hey,
it's
come on.
Man,
real
shut
here,
your
Everyone,
bro.
man,
let's
shut
step
your
back
It's
for a
punk
real
second,
ass
here,
up,
guys.
bro. You
punk
need
Frank, can
Everybody,
we
motherfucker.
get
Shut
talk
your
killed
about
ass
here.
up,
man.
punk
You
ass
calm
Frank,
down before
motherfucker.
This
you
is
fuck
Frank's
around and
call,
get killed
okay?
here.
Shut your ass
This
up,
is
punk.
Frank's call.
Act
Don't
like
you think?
that.
I could
Yeah,
mute
bitch, shut
if
your ass
Think you a
up.
fucking
Guys,
thug or something, bro?
Fuck
relax,
you. Shut
You
up.
man.
Fuck
gangster?
you.
You
Everybody.
Fuck
affiliated,
you.
bro?
Fuck you.
Okay, okay.
You
Anyway, this is
gangster,
Frank's
homie?
call.
fair time.
Let's
Fuck
just
you.
all
Fuck
chill
Fair
for
you.
a second
time.
here, man.
That punk
Fair
We
ass
get.
time.
fucker.
I know we're all emotional. First of all,
Dear
euthanasia is
God,
not an option.
Where the
help
fuck
us
all
We
these
are,
clowns
we're
not
here to
coming
live
to
from?
fight
life.
or
We were graced
swear.
with life by God.
Swear
We're here
is
for a
not
reason.
good, and we like being here. We're just tired of the pain, and just wanted to know what the legal laws were still in the United States.
Okay, but let somebody
Right.
else talk now.
Yeah, there we go. That's a good. I like that, Sue.
Yeah.
Okay, you
All
also.
right.
Yeah.
I want to hear what you had to say because I'm
Yeah.
probably going to agree with you.
Oh, no. I just wanted to calm everybody down. The energy was being chaotic. I noticed that they were actually wrapping up frequencies halfway during Frank's call on RBN. I noticed a shift in the frequency patterns here, and then it got ramped up. And they're just looking for triggers, and you can see how this sort of triggered.
Right.
I found it in myself, and others noticed it on the chat. And so I was doing a little bit of a test, actually, and I noticed what key points they look for. And this is what they thrive off of. They need the chaos, they need the anger, they need the dissent within the community. So they create fractures. This is all to steal energy and to disempower people.
That's
yes.
And
First of all,
Absolutely.
sorry,
and they
Frank, go ahead.
fragment people. They fragment your thoughts while you're trying to put them together, and feed off very negative, and believe it or not, they feed off very positive emotions as well.
Strong emotions either way.
Yeah, it's the same button. I mean, you hit the same height. It's just on the other end of the spectrum. So they flip-flop the spectrum and they have you anyway.
Yeah. That's
Well,
so true.
I wasn't feeling any of that because I just come from studying some of Deepak Chopra's spiritual laws of success, and I was hoping I could share some of that, but it seems like it's not, it's not going in that direction. So,
You have the
did you go there?
Sue. You have the floor.
Oh no, it's not my floor. It's not my platform. But listen, Frank, I did tune into your radio show through the call-in number, or their call-in number. I thought you did an excellent job for your first time. It was really well done, and I didn't hear any nervousness. I didn't hear, any problems. technical difficulties. It sounded great. So I just want to congratulate you.
Oh, thanks. We streamed it here, and you had the option of listening to it there or here. So,
Yeah,
well,
that was so good. The only thing is I heard the beeps from the conference call. Yeah.
I got to do something about that. There was a switch to turn those off, but I haven't seen it lately.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. It was the only thing that I noticed that was a crossover from one venue to the other, was just those entry and exit tones. But otherwise, I thought you did a fabulous job.
Oh, thank you so much.
Hey, Frank.
Yes.
You've been on the call.
Hey, Kevin.
You've been on the call this whole time.
Yeah. Yep.
I said, how you been on the call? So you heard what was going on just a minute ago?
No, I didn't. I stepped away for a second.
Okay, yeah, well, they was on here, you know what I'm saying? I'm highly upset, and I ain't calling the call no more, period, after right now. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers on here encouraging people, talking about some little young punk on here, talking about encouraging people
Hey, guy,
about some
I didn't
motherfucking
encourage anyone,
suicide,
you
about
dumbass
suicide and shit.
motherfucker.
Him
These
and some
people
other
were
lady,
talking about it,
him
you
and acting,
stupid
him
motherfucker.
and some,
You
him and
are you
some other,
fucking
him and
Indian,
some
dude?
other
Like,
lady,
you
him and acting,
dumbass.
talking
Say,
about
bro, do you even
suicide,
have a fucking high
talking
school
about
diploma?
him and
Do
some
you
other
even
lady
speak
on here
English,
talking
bro?
about
Why don't you
suicide
learn how to
and all
fucking
that.
communicate
You know
like
what
a
I'm saying?
Okay, let's start from square one. We all have the same goal. We're all taking basically the same road to get there. So let's just, for this point in time, agree to disagree, or, oh, damn, Kevin left. Shit. He's a good guy. He just gets really upset. Shit. All right. Let me see. Who is...
Frank, I think, the topic of self-assisted suicide is against many religious,
it's against,
people who have various religions are against it. And I think that it was offensive to some people. And the fact that the topic was going on and on and on, and the individual had the floor for such a long time, I think it was upsetting to some people.
Yeah, I stepped away just for a second, and apparently that's all it took. I was just making a couple adjustments.
Well, it's a hot top. It's a very hot topic. I mean, it really hasn't been in the news in a very long time, and I do agree on certain levels. We can euthanize animals that are in pain, and we can't do it to people. And in fact, my veterinarian said the same thing when I had to put a cat down and was so upset. And she says, well, animals are fortunate that we can do this to them, but we can't do it with humans. So, on that note.
Animals can't talk, humans can. I just think that's a sign of weakness. When you want to kill yourself, you got to be strong. You got to, just hang in there.
I understand what everybody's saying. I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm for or against it. I do know that I've had to put animals down that were dying, and it was better to do that than to watch them suffer. And I can see that being the same with humans, but I think it's a very hot topic because we can think and we can speak, and we have choices. That it's very difficult, especially if you're of a karmic, if you believe in karma, if you believe that suicide is a crime, if you believe
it's irresponsible to keep pushing this topic, don't you? I mean, they can manipulate our thoughts already. Shouldn't we go out like protesting anyway? Like, get out of your house and go protest until they kill you. Wouldn't that be a better end than suicide?
Well, I don't know if protesting is the best thing to do. I mean, everybody has a choice as to how they
Protesting is
feel the
not a
best
good
thing to
thing,
do.
but you know, being euthanized like a dying cat is better. That's ridiculous.
I never said
It
that.
is.
That's not. In fact, that's not what I said at all. I don't
Frank,
have
I
an
want-
opinion on it either way, but I do know that for an animal, we have that choice. And I think as humans, we should have the choice what to do with our
You need to
bodies
drop the topic.
in our last days.
Well, right now
This
in the United
program
States,
But it's a hot
will end
topic
soon.
and perhaps shouldn't be discussed on this call,
It's not.
without advance notice. I mean, it's late at night. People have had rough days. People are being targeted. And perhaps it's the last thing people want to be discussing on these calls.
Frank, just for the record, I didn't bring anything up,
Oh, that's okay.
and that guy Kevin attacked me. Like these ladies were talking about it, and they had the misconception that it was legal in the United States,
material.
and it's not legal. It's illegal and it's wrong. Like no one should do it. Like life is a gift, and I promise you, like this is going to end one day. We're gonna win. We're gonna win.
Amen. Amen.
They're going to attack the hell out
First
of
topic.
Okay,
This will end
topic.
we're going radio. They're going to attack the hell out of this call once in a while. So, we have to be ready for that. Be strong.
That's right.
Gotta be strong.
You know, if you want to live, then live to the fullest. If you're willing to sacrifice yourself, sacrifice for a cause.
Huh.
You may as well.
Good point, Sue.
Yeah, I agree.
A hive of perps.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too.
No, this is not a hive of perps.
This is no.
No, because I was hearing Kevin, even though there was emotion involved, he was feeling very passionate about.
Did you say Kevin from Cali? Because it's more than one Kevin.
Yeah, well, it's the Kevin that was upset before.
Well, he straight up attacked me, and I wasn't even
No,
talking about it.
I'm not going there. I'm not going about who's attacking who. I'm saying he was feeling something very powerful, and he wasn't given a platform to speak. And so that's why
he wasn't wrong for
turned
that.
around.
I mean, I'm saying he wasn't wrong for that. Maybe with the cursing, but as far as you taking your own life, I mean that's a sign of weakness. You got to be strong.
I was discouraging it. Like I was saying it's illegal, and I was discouraging it, and he attacked me. Like these women were talking about it first, and they had the misconception that it's legal. And
we don't have
it's
to
not
rehash.
legal. It's illegal
We don't have
and
to
it's
rehash
wrong.
that part.
May I suggest, you guys, that instead of attacking someone and telling them they're being irresponsible or they shouldn't, that you could just come in and say, I'm really uncomfortable with this discussion here.
Yeah, that's
instead of, instead of making it their problem, just let them know how you're feeling. And that may work. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And anyway, whether it's legal or not on the planet, hold on. Whether it's legal or not in some countries or states, in my point of view, your life is a God-given gift. And whether it's legal here, it may not be legal in the spiritual realm. It may not be okay for you to throw away that gift.
True.
Because man's laws are not God's laws.
It's very, very much against the law down here, and it's very, very much against the law up there. So
that's right.
There's no middle ground.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing, guys? This is ABC. I talked with Kevin quite a bit on, hey Sue, how's it going? Hey Frank, hey Linda, Sets, Wide-Eye, G8, sending love to you all. Mike, we just met. Matt, we just met too. Well, I think I maybe talked to you guys, but I talked to Kevin, and he's dealing with a lot. And if you guys would only know that each one of us is going through just as much pain. We're not all in this, like, that we have separate symptomologies. We're all going through the same thing. Some of us might have V2K additional. Some of us might not. But the fact is that man is going through hell on earth, just like we are going through hell on earth. And I have to live my life holding back my tears, holding back my real emotions, because I'm a Christian. I know I have to live. I can't suicide. I don't even want to bring that word up because that's not in my faith. And he is too. It's not in his faith. So if he attacked you guys, I'm going to apologize for him because he's a friend of mine. I'm going to message him I'm going to email him after this and tell him, he should come back to this chat, that it was just the frequencies messing all of us up. But the one thing is, guys, we all are going through this hell on earth. And I'm trying to hold back my tears as a grown man, because I'm hearing G8 crying about what's going on with her. I'm hearing everybody's stories. I'm hearing that lady that wants to get euthanized, and I'm like holding back my tears because I care. I think of every life as just as important as the next one. There's no difference between us. We might not even have the same religion. You might not even believe in God, but still, you're just as important. So all I have to say is, let his sin of swearing and cussing be forgiven, because that's only his emotion. It's not who he is on the inside. He's a great person. I just want you guys to know that. He might have attacked you, Mike, or Matt. Was it Matt or Mike? I'm not really sure which one it was. Matt, I think it was. But he's a great guy.
Yeah.
I'm sure he is, man. I'm sure he is. I think he had the misconception that I had brought it up, or I was trying to keep talking about it. I was discouraging it, saying it was illegal. That's it. I was just saying life is a gift,
It's called street theater, dumb fuck.
No, it's not called street theater. This is a guy who's a TI who's very passionate. He's not in here causing street theater.
Yeah,
Don't call people a
I
dumb
was
fuck.
saying it was illegal and discouraging it. Okay, that's all. Like, these women were talking about it, and I was discouraging it. I was saying it's illegal and life is a gift, and that we're gonna win. These people are gonna pay one
We
day.
are going to win.
They can't get away with this crap. Trust me. Like, what they do to us one day, it may be a long time, but eventually the civil sector will catch up. I mean, it's just like the Cuban embassy attacks, like the Canadian embassy attacks. Like, I mean, this is real. This is really happening to us, and it's going. It may take some time, but what the crimes they commit on us are too high for them to get away with. I mean, look at the church hearing committees. Eventually, like, it was a long time, but eventually, I believe that this is not going to last forever for all of us, and that we're going to win. And life is a gift, and don't give up. Giving up is basically, showing them that they won at their disgusting crime. And I'm never going to do that, and you shouldn't either, because our lives are great. Our lives are truly a gift to be here on earth. There's so much to live for, and that's all I was saying was it's illegal. That's all I said, and I don't know. I guess you just had the misconception. I'm sure Kevin is a great guy. Like, I don't know these women's names, but they were. I walked away from the phone. I came back and they were talking about it, and I was saying, whoa, like, you can't. It's illegal. Like, you're not. That's not possible in your lifetime to do what you're talking about. It's completely illegal. You'll get arrested for it, or you're not going to find it. Like, it's illegal. So just go ahead and cut that out of the picture. And not only that, but we should never even put that thought in our mind, especially if we're under mind control. And not only that, but just like I said, we're going to win this. It may be a while, but we'll have our lives back. Like, the mind and the soul and the body are incredible. Like, they can heal from a lot. I mean, prisoners of war, were rescued, and they were tortured, and they healed over time. Like, you can heal. I mean, one day of not having this, I've had like a month where I swear, like, I was released. It's been 2 years for me, but they stopped all of it, and I just went back to normal. Like I'd wake up in the morning happy, like stretching, like basically, like, within that short amount of time, like a day or a week, like, healing happens, and it's incredible. Like, and yeah, the mind and soul can heal. The mind, soul, and body are amazing. They can heal from a lot. And I mean, if you I mean, look, there's people who were born with cancer, or they were born like they had an accident, they lost their legs, or they're wheelchair bound, and these people are still happy. They still have a sense of humor. They're still laughing and living, and they can't walk, or they were born, they don't have legs or arms. There's a lot of different horrible medical conditions that people are forced to live with. That's stuff I had researched into, because you can draw inspiration from these people who still have, their personality and their happiness intact when they were cheated out of life. You know what I mean? And life is a gift. It's a wonderful thing to be here on the earth, and we just so happen to have the worst pieces of garbage and somehow these people have impunity to do this to us, and they are criminals, and they are like the worst criminals. They're worse than serial killers, and I promise you they will not get away with this. The organizing and sticking together and having our fellowship is a very strong thing, and maintaining our credibility. We have strong people on our side that have credibility, that are brilliant, and have good titles, and we're going to win this. And there are laws in certain cities and states that have acknowledged this is a real crime, and from what I've read, there is a way to detect it and triangulate it and record, like to gather data and take it to a federal courtroom and win. So it's gonna be quite the fight, and we're either gonna get released, it's gonna stop, but we're gonna have our lives back. We're gonna make it through this, and these people will be exposed. They will be exposed, and I now whether or not they pay for their crime, but I mean, from what I've experienced personally, I truly believe that they will, because what they do to us is so bad. It is so disgusting. It is so evil. It is so criminal. And there's no way on earth that they could get away with what I believe that they've been able to create. Like, there's no way. If the general population, like, there are a lot of good people on this earth, okay? And when we have the worst people on the earth doing this to our minds, I don't know about you, but you tend to kind of forget. That's why we need to put ourselves around positivity, good people, and Christ-like people. Those are some of the best people I've gotten around, is people who follow the teachings of the gospel. They're nice, they're compassionate, and we have like nothing but negativity being, shot into our minds and bodies, like pure evil. So like, there are good people out there, and believe me, if the general census of the good people knew about this, I mean, the only person that would be okay with this is like a sadomasochist, rapist, serial killer, like sadist, someone who enjoys. And there's more good people than there are of those. So I promise you, if the general census truly understood the magnitude, or like the general population truly understood the magnitude, and within the general population, there are good, powerful, influential, credible people. If they really knew what was happening to us, and it was on like national headlines that this was a real thing, these people would be paying for their crime. They're hiding this crime using the DSM and the police. And the DSM and the police, I don't even think the current, when they go into their institution, their academy or their schooling, they don't know about this at all. Like, some may know about it, but they don't know about it. Like, there are a lot of people that don't know about this, and they were taught to dismiss it. So that's what I believe, is that like, this was set up, this whole program has been set up by the higher power in this country for decades, and they're using the DSM, which I believe is just completely made up. Like, from what I've researched, I mean, there's nothing scientific or medical, like biological testing, that can prove that anyone is sick. Okay, only 2% of the population were born with it. And you can clearly see someone who is sick and someone who is normal, like all of us. From this conference call, you can listen to everyone, and we're all normal. So, there's no medical testing, no brain testing, no biological testing the DSM can do. From what I've understand, their whole profession, their whole study of medicine was written off observation and brutal experimentation, starting with lobotomies and electroshock, and it was after MK Ultra. So the DSM, I believe the government has taken the DSM's literature and moved it over to the police, so that when we contact the police, they're automatically going to take us to the DSM, who's going to discredit us. That's the mode, and they're using the media. But I believe that like, the sheer brutality and the magnitude of what this crime is going to be, because more people are going to be victims of it. And I don't want that. But we say, like, we saw the Cuban embassies, we saw the Canadian embassies, we were the China embassies, like, and there are people learning about this. There are people, I have personally talked to people that I didn't even know, and they had known about it. I mean, I am able to convince people. I talked to a police officer the other day, and I convinced, like, I told him about it, and he believes me. They just said, if I knew who was doing it to you, I'd bring him up on crimes, but we don't have the manpower or the expertise to detect it. And he just told me, like, don't call the police, don't call the DOJ, don't call, because they're going to victimize you. Just like I was saying, like, there's no laws in place. Like, we have to get laws passed bills have to be passed, and there's one in Sacramento, and I pray that that bill gets passed by Tomo, and more activism. You know, it's only 2 years for me. I haven't hardly been doing any activism, but I know it's been going on for a long time. But the awareness is growing, you know, and that's how it's going to be defeated. Is that basically we need to get definitive evidence. We know it's 100% real. We have definitive evidence. I mean, if you've done your homework, there's more scientific academic data on what's happening to us than the DSM and the police have combined. I mean, all we need is from what I've read, like, I don't know how to operate such equipment, but like, it would start with a full spectrum analyzer. And then from what I've heard, this technology, like, even if you were to lock onto it, it could like bounce to like a million different, I don't know if this is even accurate, but I think it would be difficult, but I know it's possible. Like, I know that we can detect it because I can feel it. I can feel the ringing in my ears, the sharp pulsing pain in my ears. So that tells me for a fact, you know, I never had that before until I started getting V2K, you know, and it's rape. It's an assault on me. I've been cooked with directed energy, and those two things are patented weapons. You know what I mean? Like, there is literally on a government military website saying that they have a weapon to transmit a voice into a human skull, and the side effect is sharp pulsing pain, ringing, clicking, and thumping. And I experienced all that. And then the directed energy weapon is the feeling that your body is being cooked from the inside out. Now, these are patented military weapons, so we know it's real. Now, all we have to do is detect it. Now, I don't know exactly how we're going to be able to do that, but it has to be possible. And, you know, like I said, the diplomats were attacked, and it was proven by medical doctors and, you know, influential scientists, and it was in a mainstream, you know, newspaper. That was a win for us, you know what I mean? Because they're using the media to discredit us. They're using the medical community to discredit us. And now we have an attack on, you know, government workers, where it was documented by credible doctors and scientists, and it was in a mainstream media paper. So that's what I believe that's how we're going to win, is through the activism, sticking together and having a fellowship, raising awareness, but carefully. You know, like if someone files a federal lawsuit and they have enough evidence and they win, things of that nature. And eventually, you know, when there's enough evidence gathered and enough activism has occurred that was done correctly and people were not discredited,